a roll call for attendance. McKee here, Bodema, TBD, should be on soon. Nichols.
Here.
Schultz.
Here.
Thomas.
Here.
All right, I will stand and ask everyone to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I think, Jessica, we're getting the flag on screen.
There we go.
There we go. I pledge allegiance
to
the flag,
of
the United
the United
States
States
of America, and to
and
the
to the
republic
republic
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Agenda approval. Brad, did you want to walk through a couple things that you had wanted to change or staff wanted to change?
Yes, please. Thanks, Mayor and Council. A couple items just regarding overall format for those who are joining us. There are several opportunities for public comment opportunities. There is open forum, which is for items not on the agenda. And then regarding planning business, unfinished business, and new business, I will note that I forgot to put the public comment opportunity at planning business, but that certainly can be added there. We do have one planning item. I will say just specifically on new business, I would think it would make sense to actually start with item 10A, which is a public hearing for that project, and then have the public comment period for everything else after that, just so it's not confusing for everybody.
Gotcha. So public hearing. Oops, sorry.
Yeah,
sorry,
sorry. Just two other items. There is one additional claim I emailed out. It's a check for $630 to the Minnesota BCA. That's for background checks for coaches for t-ball and baseball. And then I'm actually requesting removal of item 11, which is a closed session. I was not able to get the agreement pulled together. So that is what I have.
Sounds good. Thank you. So you were saying doing 10A, the public, blanking on my words here, not public comment, but just the public hearing.
Public hearing.
And then separately doing the B through H public comment separately.
Correct. I think that just be
Gotcha.
the smoothest way to handle that.
Sounds good. That works for me. Anything from council? Nope. Okay, then I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended with those two changes from Brad.
So moved. Nichols.
Second, Thomas.
Just figure out someone there.
Yes.
Perfect.
He
All
gets
right.
it.
Alrighty. Any further discussion? Then roll call vote. McKee, aye. Nichols,
Aye.
Schultz,
Aye.
Thomas.
Aye.
John
Bodema,
has-
abstain.
There he is.
Abstain.
He's abstaining.
Sorry, I'm late.
That's quite the entrance there. Okay.
Boom.
Commission representatives. Today we have Dean Varenkamp and John Dugan from Parks and Trails, Planning and Parks and Trails, respectively. So thank you guys for joining us, and feel free to speak out if anything comes up in your wheelhouse. And then we have public forum next. So Jessica, if you'll walk us through that for anything not on tonight's agenda, if you wanted to speak on that.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mayor. If you are interested in speaking on open forum, you can do so by raising your hand by pressing *9 if you're on a phone, or you can go ahead and use the raise your hand function on your computer. It looks like we do have one raised hand here, caller ending in 8753. I'm going to go ahead and ask to unmute if you could give us your name and address.
Still muted, I think.
Yeah.
There we go.
If you could give.
Hi, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify, based on the agenda that you have, are you going to have a public comment opportunity on an 8A, or should I address that now in open forum?
On a, yes, we will have a public comment opportunity on that.
Okay, I will speak then. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Wonderful. If anyone else would like to speak, you can click under the reactions button. There's a raise your hand function. But at this time, Mayor, no one else is raising their hand.
Okay, we'll give it a couple seconds here. And if there's no one else, then we will go on to consent agenda, consisting of items 7A through J. Does anyone want to pull something from the consent agenda?
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
I would like to pull the Crominga variance, item G.
Okay. Anything else? Nope. Okay. Then I will entertain a motion to approve consent agenda consisting of items A through F and H through J.
So moved.
Thank you. You got a second? Perfect. Anything further? Roll call vote. McKee, aye. Bottoма,
Aye.
Nichols,
Aye.
Schultz,
Aye.
Thomas.
Aye.
That carries. Thank you. So 7G, rear setback variance at 6433 Blue Stem Circle. And Jeremy, you pulled that?
Yes, I just wanted to spend a couple of minutes of the council's time in deference to my colleagues, Councilors Schultz and Bottoma, who made substantial arguments when this was originally heard that we should not set a broad precedent for variances for casual reasons. So I took the opportunity to provide some additional red lines to Brad to include in an update. I believe Brad's got a slide prepared for that.
Yeah, Jessica, can you pull that up?
Yes.
Okay, so what I attempted to do with these red lines, and I won't recite them for everyone, but try to draw out some of the rationale that those who voted to approve the variance had when they voted to do so. One of the primary issues, I think, was that the area around this variance would not be impacted in the same way as other areas might be because of the stormwater pond behind the home. So what this would allow us to do as a council and from a policy perspective is have a pretty clear distinguishing feature for this particular variance to avoid setting or giving the perception of setting a precedent for others who might have a similar desire, but without a similarly situated property.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just reading through these here. Okay, so you would like to see,
Did we get these?
No.
Or is this new? Okay,
I
just
think this
double
is
checking.
new, yeah.
Can I just clarify a comment from council member Nichols just said
Absolutely.
the rationale why the people that voted for it was, is he speaking for the mayor and the other council member as well? Are you speaking what their rationale is?
I'm presenting the rationale that I heard as we discussed it from those who voted for, and what I had presented at the meeting where it was presented initially.
Okay, I just want to clarify what you're
Yeah.
saying. So you're not speaking on their behalf.
Correct.
Yeah, no, good thing to clarify there. So you would like to see some of these changed in the actual resolution?
I would like to
Nichols?
propose the council consider these red lines
Okay,
as opposed to the draft that was presented. I would be very open to discussing further refinements if we feel it's necessary.
Mayor,
yes, go ahead.
I have a quick question. Maybe this is for Brad. So if we decide to keep some of these red lines on for the change, does that impact the timelines for approval, or do we still, go through an approval of the consent agenda as modified or amended? Like how does that work? Or does it have to come back in the next council meeting?
Thanks, Mayor and Council. No, essentially, if this resolution is approved as is or as amended, it's approved. Now, if the council wanted to consider it further at a different meeting, that certainly would slow things down. My recommendation would be to handle this tonight in some way or another and be done with it. But that's just my recommendation.
Appreciate it.
Mr.
Brad?
May I add
Yeah.
one more?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to, I forgot to mention, I did review this topic with the city attorney
Okay.
to get his agreement that it's acceptable to add this kind of language, speaking to preserving the character of the local area under item C. So
Gotcha.
it has been vetted at that level.
Brad, can you tell me how often we pull items from consent agenda and amend the resolutions within those items during consent agenda? I've never seen it happen before that I've sat on council or watching prior councils, so.
I can't. I don't have that kind of a memory that's that impressive, I guess. I can't recall a time, but I can't say there hasn't been.
I mean, personally, if you want to consider adding stuff, I'd like more time to read this and come back with thoughts on it.
Yeah,
So,
I get where you're coming from. Well, I'd say that leaves us kind of two areas. Either approving as is, as was kind of planned going into this, which I don't know your comfort level with that, Councilor Nichols, or potentially tabling it to a further meeting. But I would be kind of against that, just given off of the delay it would cause the homeowners.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah,
can I chime in?
of course.
I think this is further clarification. So I personally voted that there weren't practical difficulties. It's not unique to the parcel of land. The variation will alter the character. So like, I'm not gonna vote for these red line changes. That was my argument in voting no, is it's not that unique. So I'm gonna vote against adding this. Well, so I guess I don't, I'm gonna ask Jeremy a question. Is the point of this question or this modification to further clarify and really put the point of the pin on these are the specific reasons why you get, or why the council voted to give this an exception, so there's less gray areas, so in the future people can't say, well, you guys granted this, then you could say, well, we actually granted it because of you very extreme unique circumstances to the property. And if that's your intent, to just add your rationale to it, I think you articulated in the last meeting. So we already have, this is part of the paper trail, if you will, on the rationale for it. So I don't have a reason to, I don't have a reason to, I guess I don't have a reason to, that this won't change my logic, but if that's what your intent is, to further solidify the uniqueness of granting this exception, I guess, knock yourself out. I don't have any problem with it. I don't want to get into this kind of spending time on these things that much, because I don't know if we already covered all this and we had addressed it in the last meeting. I don't know if we need to do anything other than what we already did, but I'm not against it. I'm not for it. Those are just the factors that I think about when we're discussing this.
Appreciate it. I guess a question for Brad, when it comes to kind of, the record on this particular resolution and this file, would these things that had been brought up in the conversation at the previous meeting be part of, be something that's included in the record if it were to be something that we needed to reference in the future?
Mayor and Council, certainly the council packet minutes and video from the discussion could be looked at by whomever in the future. I think the past practice has been to kind of not be as specific, but that's what this council wants to do. Staff had a different recommendation at the last meeting. This is council policy, council direction, and it's whatever you want to see. I was not on the conversation with the city attorney with Councilmember Nichols, so I'm trusting he's representing that conversation appropriately. I have no doubt he is.
Gotcha.
Tom?
Yep.
So to just wrap my head around this, right? So what we're trying to do here, and maybe Jeremy can clarify if I'm off, is we're not debating, to John's point, we're not debating the merits of granting a variance or not, because that was done in the last meeting. There was a vote, it was done, right? And this is just how the process works. It comes back in a consent agenda, and then we say, yep, this accurately represents what we did last meeting. So what I'm gathering from this is that you feel like this additional language is necessary to accurately represent the arguments made in the last meeting, and without it, it does not leave enough context to somebody who's just looking at this variance. Is that your intent, or is that what you're trying to do? Because I feel like we're not, to John's point, he's never going to see that same logic, because he was, each of us had our conviction last time. So I don't think we have been trying to debate, should this be approved versus it did. I think the question more is, does this accurately represent the discussion last time or not? That's basically what we are proving today, right? Or Brad, am I off there?
I think what's in front of you is a recommended language that Councilman Nichols has characterized as the conversation of those that voted in favor of this. So I'm not going to try to interpret
Okay.
what your intent was at last meeting.
Fair enough. So basically now when we vote, so if, for example, if I vote on this and if I say yay, that means yes, this represented why I voted for it. Fair enough?
Correct.
Okay, so then I guess it's just, why are we discussing it? Let's just put a vote to it, and those who said yay, if they feel like it accurately represents them, great. If they say no, then it fails. It goes back to the original language, and we approve that. We don't, to John's point, we don't need to waste time debating it.
Yeah.
Well,
I think we got to be careful. Okay, go ahead, Alan.
I was going to say, it sets bad precedents when you're writing into resolutions why you would vote for something. It should just be the resolution is what the resolution is, stating the fact is written. You already voted on it. You don't have to explain why you voted yes or no when you vote on the resolution. There's no comment box after we sign our names to it, yay or nay. So why we need to add language? I think it's a bad precedence, and I don't think we should be doing this in the future.
3 years ago, we had this same issue come up where somebody got in the habit of correcting minutes. I said this, I want to just be clear about that. This is what I meant when I said this. And we just put a stop to it and said, look, it's not going to be perfect. It's not going to represent, these aren't going to be perfect summaries. People, when they need details, do go back and watch videotape, even though we don't do videotape anymore. But I just want to avoid.
Yeah.
But if it's to serve a precedence in the future of there is a specific reason why we did all this. I just don't want to get in the habit of rehashing everything. Unless there's a specific design purpose to, we better put this language in here because in the future, XYZ, XYZ, XYZ. That's what I think.
Yep. That makes a lot of sense what you're saying.
Well, by adding a lot of language, though, you're also adding check boxes.
Mr. Mayor?
Hold on. What do you mean, Alan?
Well, you get the next person comes in and goes, well, I have a small setback, check. I have a pond, check.
Okay, that's what you're saying.
You don't need to add this stuff. You voted on it the way it was written. Just leave it at that.
Okay. Yeah, I get the intent of some of these changes. I think if the record, and the context is all included in that previous discussion, I'd be fine with it as is. But to John and to Jeremy's point, I don't have a problem with adding the language specifically if it's for a purpose that we're trying to narrowly tailor this for instance, in the future. I think that that's going to be included anyway, to Alan's point, as part of the record. So if someone wants to take a crack at a motion, either
I'll make a motion to put forth the resolution as originally written by staff.
Okay.
Second.
Perfect. Any further discussion on it? Then we'll do a roll call vote. McKee, aye. Bottoма,
Aye.
Nichols,
Abstain.
Schultz,
Nay.
Thomas.
Nay.
Okay, so what we have 2, 1, 2 there.
Correct, the vote does not pass.
Okay.
Motion does
Mayor,
not-
So can I make another motion to push this with the amended language?
Second.
Sure. All right. Any further discussion on that? Nope. All right. Roll call vote. McKee, aye. Bottoma,
Now we're voting to have
The
the red
opposite.
language in there.
yeah, because the as is failed.
But either way, you're voting for the resolution for the variance.
Yeah,
Correct.
so the first was the as is. Is it as it is on our screen, including the red?
The first motion was as is in the packet, the draft resolution from staff.
And now we're voting to increase or to include.
The red line changes.
Okay. Nay.
Gotcha. Nichols,
Aye.
Schultz,
Nay.
Thomas.
Aye.
Okay, that carries 3-2. Thank you, guys. Then we are on to, I believe that's everything from consent, correct? Yes. On to planning business, and we have a public comment opportunity. So Jessica can walk us through that.
Thank you, Mayor. If you'd like to comment, you can do so by raising your hand by pressing *9 on a phone. Otherwise, under the reactions button or participants button, there should be a raise your hand function. There we do have a caller ending in 8753. I'm going to ask to unmute, and then if you could give us your name and address for the record.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yep.
we can.
My name is Greg Hogan. I'm at 19220 Hackamore Road. Am I free to talk?
Yeah,
Yes, please.
Okay. I wanted to just put some context of why this item is on the agenda tonight. And almost 1 year ago, Eagle Brook Church came to the city of Corcoran with a concept document, and the city welcomed Eagle Brook Church that evening, and we're very excited and basically gave them the green light to welcome them to the community. And throughout the next couple months, they spent significant time, dollars, what have you, and ultimately made it to the Planning Commission. And then ultimately our sneaky mayor at the time, Ron Thomas, gave less than 4 minutes of discussion, allowed the church to present their plan at a city council meeting, and it was denied. Throughout that process last year, it's my understanding on the agenda item here tonight, Jeremy Nichols is requesting several red line changes to our zoning ordinances, if I read the memo correctly. So Mr. Nichols is asking you folks to debate and red line out some items in our zoning laws. But what I want to point out that Mr. Nichols was extremely vocal and on the public record many times in his opposition to Eagle Brook Church because his home backs up to the church, and he lives in Ravinia. And he was voicing his opinions personally at the time. He was not an elected official at that time. There were many anti-church, many comments on the public record. Basically, I don't want this in my backyard. And he and many people led the charge. We don't want churches in residential areas. Now, 100 days into the office, it seems like, based on this May 13th summary, Councilman Nichols wants to transfer his personal desire and wishes to all of Corcoran. And it's my understanding there's 6 classifications of land uses, RS1, RS2. You have it in the packet, 6 of them, where not only do we not want a church, we don't want schools, and we don't want places of assembly. My point there is now Mr. Nichols is in a different position than he was back then. He was elected to represent all citizens of Corcoran. And where this gets interesting is the city of Corcoran, just on my side of the city and also on other sides, the city has approved not 400, not 600, not 800, but 1,000 homes for your strategic partner, Lennar, on this side of the town, let alone other developments are being approved on the other side of towns. And does it make any sense with 1,000 homes coming that there wouldn't be potentially a church, a school, or a place of assembly? Doesn't to me. And legally, that church had every right to go in to where they were proposed, and lots of games being played at the time. My point is Jeremy's personal not in my backyard views should not represent all of Corcoran, because he bought a home that is zoned in RS1, and that should drive citywide policy. And we're going to redline in the conditional use sections of 6 classifications to take out churches, schools, and more to eliminate that from our zoning policy. I have lived in Corcoran for 20 years, okay? I never wanted Lennar to come into my backyard, of which they flooded my yard at least 3 times with 10 acres of soil erosion. They violated Minnesota pollution control laws. They forged on the public record and basically defamed my wife and I with 3 false purchase agreements. It couldn't be worse as a neighbor. Okay, I don't like what has come into my backyard. But if I had the ability to transfer my personal views onto the city, obviously I'd have to get elected. But 2, I would be looking at it from a viewpoint that I represent the citizens of Corcoran, and I'm in the way of the path of progress.
Mr. Mayor, we're past 5 minutes, just so you know. I'm just updating on that.
Thank you, Mr. Hoagland.
Mayor,
if you could
Mr. Mayor,
just wrap up quickly.
I will. Can I ask you a question, Mr. Mayor? I attend a lot of public meetings in the city of Plymouth, Maple Grove. I have never seen another city where a city administrator gets to interrupt a person who's in the middle of a public comment, and I was never told I have 5 minutes.
Greg,
That's why I'm letting you have the time to
All right,
wrap it
so
up.
can I finish?
I'd like to make a motion to grant more time, but Greg, please stay on topic.
I've got less than 30. I've got less than.
Okay.
I've got less than 30 seconds here, and Brad, on a regular basis, interrupts people, and it never happens in any other city. I wonder why
that was to my benefit to know the timing on it, but I know it wasn't
Correct.
mentioned in advance.
You never laid out the ground rules.
Yep.
And,
so that's why I'm letting you
he
wrap
does
up.
that. Yeah. So based on agenda item 8A, you've got 3 choices there. And I highly recommend taking no action, not only no action, stopping the conversation. You've spent city resources, money, time. You know what legally your city attorney says about this. And there could be and should be, just like you guys were debating earlier, you could put your effort towards attracting businesses or attracting people and buildings of assembly that would enhance the city, not take away things and tell us 6 classifications that you don't want churches, you don't want schools, and you don't want places of assembly. I appreciate your extra time. I'm done. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Looks like we have another hand up.
Catherine, if you want to go ahead and give us your name and address, go ahead.
Catherine Drebus, 6747 Old Sturbridge Road, or Old Sturbridge Drive. I just wanted to comment. I'm concerned that this has the potential to hamstring the 2 of the 5 school districts who have a large segment of Corcoran as part of their school districts. While I know that Rockford had property in Corcoran, the Rockford School District, to build a school, but they have, given that up. I remember from way back that part of the problem with putting an elementary school in Corcoran was that at that time there was no infrastructure, and it would have required, the big septic system, a water tower, all kinds of things in order to put a building, and it was cost prohibitive. But as Corcoran now is building out, and as things like, thinking back to that Cook Lake development, if a slew of townhomes were to go in there that have the potential for more students, perhaps Rockford would need to revisit putting an elementary school somewhere in Corcoran. The same with the Buffalo School District, putting a school up in that area. Those are always potential to happen. They will need infrastructure in order to be cost effective. And I'm just concerned that this change would really hamstring those districts. And that's not right in my eyes. That's not looking at it from all kinds of planning things. It just makes sense to me that you don't want to hamstring those school districts by forcing them to put a school in an industrial area. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Could I just clarify one thing to
Yes, go right
staff's defense? The 5-minute limit, which should have been reiterated before every public comment, was a decision made by past council. That was a policy decision we put in place. So that's not Brad's doing arbitrarily. That's a policy decision council made in the past to limit public speakers to 5 minutes unless we just choose to grant additional time, just for the sake of keeping meetings moving along.
Yeah,
So I just wanted to
appreciate you
Thank you.
mentioning that. And that was definitely to my benefit because I didn't have a timer on that, so I appreciate Brad doing that.
Mr. Mayor, can I
yeah.
add to that?
Mhm.
Here, I'm gonna give me a second.
Sounds good.
I think that it's important.
A little bit of feedback.
I'm having
Oh, did he? Still on there. Give him a second. See if. Maybe not.
His phone number is on here, so.
Okay, it's calling in. That makes sense.
No, I'm on
Yeah, there.
both actually right now. So
Maybe
could
that
be
was the
problem.
feedback. Yeah.
Other cities, other meetings have time constraints. We're not the only ones to have time constraints. People don't get to get up and talk for half an hour, 10 minutes, unless they run for office and get elected. It's really important to keep that time short. And we can extend, which I think you made some good points. We can extend time, which I would have done, because let them finish the thought process. It's important. It was a huge issue in our town. So, but we do get to constrain the time. All meetings do that.
Yep, well said, John. And sorry, I thought I heard you making that motion, but I wasn't sure where it was coming from because it wasn't showing up your name. I think the audio was a little wonky, but we made it through either way. So is there anyone else?
Mayor, at this time, no one else is raising their hand for
Okay,
public comment.
then Brad, if you want to walk us through.
Thanks, Mayor and Council. I just have a couple quick slides, and then probably Councilmember Nichols can fill in the gaps from that point, if that's acceptable.
Sounds good.
Essentially, yeah, this is a request by Councilmember Nichols to discuss this item that's been discussed a couple of times, actually. October of last year, it was at the work session, discussed quite a bit as well a little while ago. But asked this item to be moved forward at this time. So I believe, let's see, yeah, so just changes of some conditional uses in zoning districts. It does require a public hearing at the Planning Commission. The council can't just change anything tonight. It has to go through a full process. But really, I'm looking for direction to move forward. And the next slide just shows the chart, I believe that was included in the packet, on the proposed changes. Really the red being the changes, the crossed out X's being where it's proposed, where items proposed to be removed from. And then items in red X were to be added in. So really, I don't have much else than that. I know from the staff perspective, there's a lot of implications that go into making some of these changes that we'd ideally have to research in advance of the Planning Commission meeting. And I do think if we're going to go forward, it would be beneficial to have a pretty thorough review of what the implications would be. I do note in the staff report, we are at 60% of our planning budget at this time, which we certainly can allocate more funds to. But with everything happening right now, this would be a contracted out service with Kendra to at least write the staff report for the Planning Commission and Council in at least some limited matter. So really, that's all I had. I'm happy to answer any questions or as I can.
Sounds good. Thank you. Then maybe Councilor Nichols, do you want to start it off with kind of explaining the proposed changes?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. So I'll start with a little bit of history and context. So back in October of 2020, the then existing council had a work session to review options to ensure that land use was appropriately designated in residential areas, particularly in low density residential areas, coming out of a pretty contentious issue that caused a lot of stress in the city. Currently, conditional uses are allowed in low density residential areas, and that potentially allows large places of assembly, which could include K-12 schools or large churches in zones that otherwise would not have buildings of that scope within them. At that time, no action was taken despite the discussion of the work session. The current council added the same topic to the city's agenda at our goal setting sessions in Q1 of this year. And we've had 3 separate high priority items for zoning review. The first is currently in process. That is the conservation subdivision ordinance that staff is working through right now. That's expected to consume staff time through August. This was the second item on the list. And the third is a proposal to look at buffers between zones of different land use intensity. In order to allow progress on that last effort this year without compromising the subdivision ordinance, I took it upon myself to develop some red lines to deal with the second priority for this year, to present to council and ever try to speed things along and reduce cost for the city. So there are really 2 main changes that we're looking at in the red lines provided. The first is we're looking to remove places of assembly from lower density residential areas. So that in Brad's slide, you see that in the RSF 1, 2, and 3 zones. Those are single family areas. And then also in the RMF 1, which is a duplex twin home density classification. So that the logic behind this selection was in the higher density residential areas, you'll typically have things like apartment buildings, multi-story, multifamily that would be more similar to a school, or a large church, and it would fit better in those areas. In the single family areas and the lower density areas, it wouldn't be as natural of a fit. That does not mean that you could not put a church or a school in the city or other places of assembly. Those would still be permitted, just not in the lower density areas. The legal impact to this kind of a change was discussed at the October work session, so staff has thought about this before. This is another topic I covered with the city attorney earlier this week. I'll go ahead and quote from staff at the October work session, who said, "What you can do is identify the zoning districts where assembly uses are appropriate. You could decide that Corcoran does not want churches and schools in residential districts, and you could give up industrial and commercial land, which has implications as well. You could do that. You'd have to do it by zoning district, but you could do it that way, and you could say there are zoning districts where it just doesn't make sense. We don't want these kinds of uses in RSF1 and RSF2 zoning districts, by way of example." The second change, because I acknowledge that this does remove a significant portion of the MUSA area from this type of land use, I'm proposing, and I'm certainly open to council debate and potentially changing the red line, allowing industrial district land to be used for these kinds of uses. The logic behind that proposal is industrial is where we want our large buildings to go. It's where we want our highest intensity land uses to go. And these two uses do typically fit in that kind of a scope and size. That there would be some policy implications to that, in that it would potentially allow tax exempt entities to develop in industrial zone parcels. And that would just depend upon the extent to which we see interest for that kind of development in the future. So the advantages that I see to these changes, from the October 2020 work session, it was pretty clear that council at the time did want to limit the scope of facilities that could go into low density residential areas. Staff had objections to some approaches that were proposed at that meeting that would include numeric targets, such as parking lot size or building size, due to the fear of these being overturned or challenged or violating federal law. So this approach was determined to be clearly legal, simple, and easy for us to implement as a city. Processing these updates now in this way would allow staff to focus on our other priorities as a council representing all of Corcoran, and help us focus those resources on more complicated items where staff's expertise really does add value, like in the conservation subdivision ordinances and in the buffer expansion that we talked about back in February. Now, I would also point out that this proposal meets council's objective to ensure that we have a more consistent development pattern across the city and prevents commercial scale buildings in residential areas. It also reduces the potential for turmoil in the city. So for those who were on council at the time, you got a lot of calls, you got a lot of emails, you got a lot of upset people trying to agitate for the right thing to be done. And council in 2020 did reject, I'll quote from the work session, someone there, I won't identify who, said, "We had a 4-0 vote in commission, a 4-1 vote in council to deny, but it scared the bejesus out of people for 5 months. Thankfully, it worked, and whoever was impacted by that had a positive outcome. They just had to go through the process." That said, as a city, I think we should learn from the events that have happened to us. And it would be wise to try to make it more efficient for staff, more efficient for council, to provide appropriate guidance in the zoning ordinances along the lines that was discussed in October, that we want to make sure that we have appropriate development in areas of comparable density. And that's what this is intended to try to do.
Okay. Thank you. I'm just trying to think back to, I know you mentioned the October 2020 work session, where a lot of this was discussed. And I think that's maybe a good place to kind of start with, particularly John and Alan being part of that conversation. And trying to remember the details of it. I believe you two kind of had different takes on some of the details of where you would like to see schools, churches, places of assembly in general, whether particularly around the being in neighborhoods or immediately surrounded by residential, existing residential homes or not. And I kind of just wanted to, now that we're part of the conversation, I'm part of the conversation, get your take on that.
My take is I have no problem with churches and schools in residential areas.
Okay.
The issue, if I recall, had to do with the scale
Mhm.
and the impact of infrastructure not being able to meet the ability as planned.
Right.
I don't believe anything came out of the work session with regards to talking about pigeonholing these facilities in certain districts in the city that I recall. I have a large concern when we're talking about limiting places of worship where they can conduct business in the city of Corcoran. If you look at the majority of the churches, probably all the churches there in Corcoran, they would fall in the districts that you're proposing to not allow churches. So had they come in after, they wouldn't be able to be there. Now we're talking about, well, you're fine to be stuck in an industrial zone next to a lead smelter or whatever the heck we can attract to the city. I'd rather save industrial zones, commercial districts for businesses that are going to bring in jobs and tax revenue to relieve citizens of the burden of residential tax impact. I don't think we should be imposing these types of restrictions. I'm curious to know how much land, maybe staff can provide information to this effect, but how much land would be taken off the table that for places of worship or education facilities would no longer have access to in the city of Corcoran to build in the future? And how much land would they be getting in exchange by allowing them into the industrial zone or general mixed use? Do we have any idea of that?
Mr. Mayor, I do, if you want me to answer that question.
Yeah, that'd be great.
And Councilman Schultz teed that up, and I just remembered when this conversation came up, so I scrambled to find my email quick from Kendra. But the RSF 1, 2, 3, and RMF 1 is 792 acres. The light industrial is 403 acres, and the GMU is 232. Both of those add up to 715. Now, as proposed, places of worship and assembly would not be allowed in the GMU, so it'd be 483 added on that specific portion and 792 removed.
I find it interesting that the school district that 4 of the council members' children go to, I'm assuming we have children, I'm assuming your kids go to the school district, Wayzata School District, added 2 new schools in the last 5 years, 7 years, I can't remember what it was, in the districts that we're proposing to restrict their schools from. I don't understand. We have no problem sending our kids to a school that's in an RSF 1 district, but we don't want an RS1 school in our city. I don't agree with it. I wouldn't go along with these changes, to be honest with you. I'd rather see performance changes, guidelines that would help guide our development rather than just simply restricting them out of a certain zone within the city.
Okay.
Tom?
Yeah.
Yeah. So my thoughts, right? Before I start off, I don't think anybody accurately addressed Greg in his comments, except the fact that he misspoke on, go ahead saying about the 5-minute limit. So one thing, if anybody, Greg has followed this issue from the onset, right? Because he was an integral stakeholder to the proposed church and not just a bystander, right? Significantly stood to benefit. But having said that, I think he raises some valid questions that I think we need to answer. One is, are we pushing personal agenda onto council policy? And I am of the opinion that I can't proceed without having to make myself obvious and clear and concise to him, saying that this was a major item for a majority of residents in that neighborhood. I know Councilman Scholes lives in the area, but he's on the minority when it came to people who wanted that church there. And I always struggle with the narrative of why don't you like churches, or why you against churches. Anybody who knows me personally, I know most people on this council may not, but anybody who knows me would vouch for that. I'm as religious as can get, and that's me trying to make myself a saint, right? With tongue in cheek. But the thing is that this is never about the church. It's about what can an area sustain. Can they come in by right? Can they come in and say, I have the right to be here? Versus coming to the council saying, I saw this property, I want to be here, and this is what my purpose is for assembly. It could be for religious purposes, it could be for schools, and the way and there's something that maybe the former mayor said that kind of stuck with me. When I think this idea was first brought to council's attention by, I believe, one of my neighbors. Is it Peter? But Pete, right? I think Pete brought this up, and he said, maybe we shouldn't even have conditional uses, because immediately after this, we were also deciding on Nelson. So one of the things that came out was, yeah, that's another conditional use permit, right? Which wouldn't have been approved. It's not like straight up the use of the land. And the topic came up, maybe we shouldn't even have conditional uses, and anybody who wants to come and put up a school, a church, just come with a plan for rezoning and say, this is where I want to go. So the way I look at this is, and this has always been the way I look at it, is like, I don't like conditional uses. I don't care what the use is. And I know there are implications, especially when it comes to religious establishments, we have to like abide by rules. But for me, it's like, if it's zoned for residential, it's homes. Anybody else wants to put anything up there, come to us, come with a plan. It may be me today, it might be somebody else in 2 years, 4 years. Come to us with a plan. If the plan looks good, we approve it. So I don't think to all the hue and cry I'm hearing on this council, that after this, that never a school will be built in any of these zones. Like, it could happen that they're going to come and ask for a rezone. So I think you're missing the point, right? It's about an entire part of the city that is affected by this came to you guys. In fact, 2 of the people on this council were on the old council.
Can you clarify you when you say you're missing the point? I'm not picking on you. I want you to clarify that.
No, to the point. So I don't think you talked yet. So maybe it's Alan, where he said that, I don't have an issue with the church or school being here. It's not about having an issue with being a church or school there. It's more about, do they come with an application, and we reserve the right to approve it or not. I think that's what I would like. And it's less of, and we could discuss which zones are appropriate and all that, like, where do we want designated zones? And in fact, I think I like what Alan said, like, with industrial zones and commercial zones, do we want to give up tax revenue? That's what we want to do, right? To Greg's point, we want to bring in more businesses. So is that a space we give up, which is what we are here. But I see that every time we want to run to church, religion, right? Take the most polarizing issue you can find and just pivot on it. And I don't like that. Let's just have a discussion on a suggestion versus immediately saying that your kids go to this school. What about that? Don't you believe in God? Let's not get there. That's all I'm trying to say. Let's take a step back and discuss the merit of, let them come to a council with an application versus having it as a conditional use. Just take conditional uses off. Or if you feel so strongly, make a change to say that it's a allowed use in all residential zones versus a conditional use, right? I mean, all I want to reserve is the right to approve or reject. Versus, I remember there are people on this council when I was just a resident who came and told me, we cannot reject this. Legally, we've been counseled to approve it, or we'll be sued out of the state. And there are people on this council who said that, right? We were misinformed. So I'm just saying that let's not leave it to that. Let's not let future councils be scared to take a decision they need to take.
Manoj,
residents, I'm sorry.
Who said that?
I'm done.
You got to say, if you're going to say that somebody said we're going to be sued out of the state or whatever, and say that people from this council said it, could you identify those people? I don't know if those words were ever spoken.
No, okay, I'll clarify. I was told by a council member on this council. I'm looking straight at you, John.
I know you are. I want you to
I know, but
I
was not trying to call you out. I'm just.
I don't care. You can call me out, but let's clarify it.
That's not the intent, right? My goal is to say.
I might speak next, so I can clarify.
So I'd like to clarify some he said too.
Sounds good.
Let's not leave future councils to that interpretation. Let them have the right to decide. That's all I'm trying to do. And I don't care about church, school. It's all the same for me.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. John, do you want to go next?
Yeah. it was draconian what we were told to by our council about whether or not, and the very thin, especially initially, we were told it's almost impossible to reject a church. And so when I did meet with people, and it doesn't matter, when I met with people, I said, this is what we've been told. It's a pretty steep obstacle, but so I've had there was a housing development behind my house that I voted for and hated, and it scared the bejesus out of everybody on our block. Nobody liked it. So like the reality of living in a growing community is we're all going to be nervous about things that might come up. So I don't think if we're in the business of assuaging fears, we have to do a bunch of other code amendments too. One of the things that it's not about, I want to be real careful and not talk about the specifics of the church because it's not necessarily applicable. But there were 3 or 2 identifiable specific criteria we used to reject the church or reject that application. So I stand by those, none of which were these specific reasons. So the process actually worked. And it's really important that just because we don't like something, that we don't take away from the ability of the individual landowners to do with their land what they best see fit. We ran into the problem of, so long as it doesn't impact other people. And there were specific reasons, and those were the reasons identified. So the process worked itself out. I worry, and I worry about one, taking away from the rights of people who want to sell their land. So even though there maybe are 400 people that don't want a development next to them, we still, that right of the landowner to sell that land is still a right. And so I don't want to take that right away. And then also, we had so many people come to us that said, my attorney said this, my attorney said that. There's an attorney whomever who has fought a bunch of these cases. And I guess until one of those attorneys comes and says, if you do this, you will not be subject to some of the draconian freedom of assembly laws. Like it's funny, sometimes I say, well, the only reason you can't do that is because of the Constitution. And I want somebody on, I want somebody on record that says these are constitutional. I'm not an attorney. Tom, you I don't know if you practice in this specific area, so you went to law school, but if somebody came, the first thing I would want to know is it's got to pass constitutional test. Somebody has to go on record and say, these will pass constitutional muster, for one. And then I think that that previous attempts were denied successfully. And denying a bunch of similar things just at face value, I think has some problems that we should discuss, whether we want to take an individual incident and put a big broad blanket over the entire town when actually that incident was resolved with logic and had a conclusion palatable to people who are against it, not for the people for it. But I think that process worked. And I don't know if this is I think this might be a solution looking for a problem rather than a problem looking for a solution. But I'm here to discuss and listen. But the first thing I would need is Somebody who knows constitutional law to say this passes constitutional muster
Gotcha.
on
Alan-
record.
Right. Alan, you had something you wanted to respond to?
I just wanted to respond to a comment Manoj made, and I think he was trying to prove a point, but if memory serves me right, he said I was in the minority because I liked the church or something like that. It wasn't whether I liked the church or whether I didn't like the church. I voted how I voted, and if memory serves me right, you could look at the record, and I believe I voted with the majority. So that's all I want to say on that. So I'll move past.
Gotcha.
I'm sorry, I didn't talk. As a council member, I know where you voted. I mean, you just made a statement that I don't mind churches and residential. So I was meaning that minority. Sorry if I called on your record. I remember exactly how that 4-1 vote went for that issue. Sorry about that.
No problem. Move on.
Okay. So, or sorry, Jeremy, were you?
Unless you wanted to comment, I had a couple of answers to some of the questions that have been
Yeah,
raised.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so thank you, Alan and John and Manoj, for your comments and constructive criticisms. I'll start with John mentioned that he would like to see the rights of landowners to sell protected. I would agree with that. Landowners should have the right to sell their properties. We do have zoning restrictions in place in residential zones already that you can't sell to just anybody. You can sell, well, you can sell to anybody, but you can't build anything anywhere that you want. What we have to decide as a policymaking body is, does it make sense within Corcoran to allow higher intensity land uses under conditional use permits in low density residential zones? My position is that we should not. And I would argue, based upon my conversations across the city last year and into this year, many other people agree with that, not just in the southeastern corner of the city either, but on the northeastern side, northern side, pockets everywhere felt that it's important to make sure that low density areas can stay low density. And that's what we're trying to do here. This isn't about litigating the past. It's not about trying to ensure that a particular person's agenda is implemented. It's about learning from a vulnerability in the code that we discovered and trying to take proactive action to make sure that we don't tie up staff for a solid 4 months in the future because we didn't take an action that is reasonable now. I agree it's important to know if it's constitutional. I agree that we want to have somebody on the record saying that. I did talk with Thames about it. Thames said that it's fine. Kendra also in the work session back in October said that it's fine. And I read that quote out. I can certainly share that, and it's in the public record as well. But I have no objection to asking staff to spend some time putting together a memo and putting it in the official record before the planning commission would have their public hearing. I would also agree with what Alan said, that we definitely want to allow churches and schools to build in the city. The only question is where. And does it make sense to allow it in all the places that are currently permitted? And I would say no, and many other people would agree with that position from the conversations that I've had with them. We have to decide as a policymaking body, are we going to do that or not? I think it is one of the quick wins that we can get as a city to make sure that staff time can stay focused on doing the things like attracting businesses to the commercial and industrial areas and not have future high intensity land uses potentially distract by causing the kinds of confusion that we had last year.
Okay. I guess my first thoughts are, again, back to that October 2020 work session. John, I believe it was you that had some points about whether or not in your experience, you've seen, I think the example was schools in particular being built in the middle of existing residential. And I guess I wanted to get your take on that, if you were that was still a concern of yours. I'm trying to remember back to that meeting, but I believe you said that in your experience, that was not the case with them being in existing residential areas. And if you had to pick, you'd pick the other way. But please correct me if I'm wrong on that. see there. I'd have lost him. Oh, there.
No, I'm here. Sorry.
Oh, no worries.
One of the things that I think we have to do, I called Jeremy and said, did you talk to anybody so far about this? And he said, yeah, I talked to Tom. I'm like, okay, well, you and I can't talk. So none of us have had, this is a huge topic. So none of us have had the chance to digest this conversation. So I think right off the bat, I'm going to suggest that we actually move this discussion out 2 weeks for sure, because we've talked about a lot. And now there's a bunch of things I need to think about. So I don't think we should make a decision tonight, and I will ask at the end if we can not make a decision. So that's first of all. But second of all, there's no way I can pull from memory exactly what I thought and said in October. So that's a challenge too. But I think I had said that generally speaking, there aren't schools being put where homes are. So like they don't carve out where houses are and then just throw schools in there. And so that's a little different than building a school that's different than limiting the zone in which schools can build. So if there, like, let's just say there's a residential zone, no houses are there yet. Some of those potential schools would be not allowed to build there, even if there are no houses. And so I don't know if that follows the exact logic of what I was saying. But I'm open to that. I don't remember everything that I said in October.
Fair enough.
I wish I did. I'd probably have a more advanced degree and be doing really cool things.
You were very eloquent, John. I just listened to it.
Oh, there. Good. All right.
Well, John, to your comment, if you look back at Hennepin County's interactive property tax map, you can see that the last two schools that Wayzata School District built, they were actually building residential neighborhoods around them before the schools were actually built.
Yeah,
So
and I'm totally, I know that. Yes.
And you're talking about the two new elementary schools in Plymouth?
Correct.
Gotcha. And my sense on that was that they were pretty similarly timed. With the development center.
You can look at the aerial maps, 2015 aerial maps. The school that's off 101 and was Peony Lane and 47. There's nothing on the map, but you can see the dirt work going into the development south of that. If you look at the 2018 map, the school that's off 101, I should say, the first one I was talking about, the one off Peony Lane and 47, but the one off 101, they had already broke ground in those developments, and there was houses in before that school ever broke ground too.
Okay. Jeremy, were you going to say something?
Yeah, I had researched that topic before as well, and the school was zoned and cited, and it was known before homeowners began purchasing. So the first purchases that you'll find on, say, Zillow are after the school construction had started in those particular examples.
Okay. So I guess the next question I'd want to ask is, are there any specific zones that we generally have an agreement on that maybe it's not the best fit for these type of buildings to be in, and any that we don't currently allow that we should, regardless of what's specifically in this red line proposal? I'd just like to see if there's at least some sort of building block common ground to start at. whether it's removing from the RSF zones or the RMF zones. Industrial, I know, has been brought up a couple times in terms of whether to or to not allow it there, given the tax implications and the what those facilities would then be potentially surrounded by. So wanted to get takes on that type of stuff specifically.
Well, to John's point, I think we need to think about this some more before we start laying out stuff to have. I don't want to direct staff to be working on stuff until we've thought about it more and discussed it more.
Okay. Any other input from people?
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
I would say that it makes sense certainly for council to have a more informed sense of what they think about the proposal. I also feel like it makes a lot of sense to get more public feedback. We were fortunate to hear from Greg and Catherine at the beginning, but this wasn't noticed as a public hearing on the topic. I would actually welcome trying to get some public feedback and use that to help shape the council's view. So I would like to see us still try to get a public hearing scheduled to solicit that feedback actively. And I'm very open to additional proposals to change the red lines and look at different zones and different combinations. I think this is an important topic for the future of the city, and it's important that we involve as many views as we can so that we can make a high quality decision for what we want Corcoran to be.
Can I comment to that, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, of course.
I want to be careful about, if you asked 100 people in Corcoran, do you want a school next to you? No. Do you want a church next to you? No. Do you want a residential facility? No. Do you want a daycare facility? No. No one would want that stuff by them, unless it's your church and you don't have to drive that far anymore. I want to be careful about subjecting what other people do with their property to just a simple tally. So I want to hear input, but I want to hear input after we have discussed it, so we can shape our opinions and then subject it to the scrutiny of the public rather than just taking. I think you all understand. No one wants this next to them, I'll take it. I won't even take a poll. I'll assume it's 100% no one wants this stuff in their neighborhood. So then, but we have to be above just taking a poll, and you're not suggesting it. I don't mean to suggest that, but let's talk about this as a sense from driving city decisions. And, there are so many factors, public input, but also private landowners, people that I want to get and think about all those things before we just take a poll or whatever. My preference would be to table this for 2 weeks, have another discussion about it. Then if we move forward with direction, we have to by law take public input, I think, and then we proceed from there.
Well, if we move forward for an ordinance amendment, we have to take public hearing.
Right.
Yeah.
But if we just move forward with further fact-finding information from staff, we don't need to do that at this point. But to Jeremy's point, if you're going to take public input, you really can't take public input until you officially take public input from a public hearing. And you can't do that unless you're going to be willing to lay out considerable staff time and money to do it. So to John's point, I'd like to vet this thing more before we even get to that point.
Can I commend Jeremy for doing a bunch of work
Absolutely.
on this? That's sort of like been, I love it when we do our stuff and put work in and have the city kind of just say, here's what I'm thinking, this is what I'm doing. You saved an enormous amount of tax time or taxpayers' money and staff time, Jeremy. So I appreciate that.
That was part of the objective. Thank you.
Yeah.
Manoj, go ahead.
Yeah. So I guess everybody has had an opportunity to tell how they would want to go about this. I think I'm going to be consistent in the fact that I would want this to go out for a public hearing. I know that, John always makes fun of me saying that it's an election promise for him, so he's going to drive it. I've always been, I'm here because people told me that there are things that they want to get done, and they put me here for a reason. And I'm always going to keep that in my mind when any decision I take. And this is something I've heard consistently that they would like the change. And while I also think that everybody on this council has a strong head, like I don't think any amount of polling is going to sway someone like John. Like sometimes I feel like John doesn't listen to himself. Right? I don't think a majority polling is going to make him vote one way or the other. He's going to do it based on his belief, like all of us do, right? So my inclination is to send it for public hearing. I want to make sure that, are there more people in the city who are from Greg's camp, right, who believe that this is unnecessary, this is a waste of time, and then we can it and we move on, if that's what we hear. And if the majority says no, work on this, then you know what, that's where the taxpayers' money should go, because that's what they said it's important to them. And it's not our job to decide where the taxpayers' money go when it's their money. So that's my thought on this, and I think I would request for it to move for public hearing.
Okay, appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I would like to see us get some feedback directly on it. I guess my question would be the process, the timing of that, when that would be, and then the process after that, if I believe, as Jeremy mentioned, if there were changes to be made from just this initial proposal, how that would work. And maybe that's a question best for Brad, or just to float it out there to council. But those would be my concerns. But I do tend to agree that I would like to get an official public opportunity for people to get feedback and to get this out there to people.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yeah.
So just regarding kind of next steps with everything, as I mentioned, I guess my strongest recommendation is if the council wants to make some substantial changes, they do, as many have mentioned, need to be vetted out to protect the best interests of the city. That involves staff time. As much as you certainly are, able to look at these things, I have to rely on the people that I pay and have professional degrees in these things to be comfortable recommending action to you. If this is to move forward on the 27th, I have 4 business days to have a full review for you guys, which basically puts a lot of other stuff on hold, including the previously stated priority zoning items. If it's going to go to a public hearing to the Planning Commission on June 3rd, there's already 3 public hearings on that meeting. So those are the types of considerations, just as far as you have. This is your agenda, your priority. Before I forget as well, I did also receive a text from Dean Varenkamp, who is on the call, that he would like to speak. I'm not sure if the council's looking for extra input at this point, but I thought I'd mention that as well. But
yeah, absolutely.
Staff perspective, we're barely keeping up with everything. If this is a priority, we'll make it a priority, but it will impact other reviews.
Gotcha. Thank you, Brad. Is Dean on right now? I'm not seeing his name list, but I'd love to unmute him if possible.
Mr. Chair.
Hey. Go right ahead, Dean.
I can't say enough about the conversation that's going on. You guys are extremely open to ideas, thoughts, and those kind of things. I just want to talk from the planning side and from the public side, since I am a volunteer. In all of the years that I've done this here, which isn't many, but previous city, 17 years there was never a church or a school built in a residential area with houses already there. I think John said it better. Councilman Bodema said it best. It's always been the school is owned property, and it was designated to become a school at some point. So people buying property around it knew of that. In our case, and I'll go real quick over the church side, our current zoning and those kind of things allow things to be in residential areas. As Councilmember Bottom has said, when we first got that information as a planning commission, we were told we could not deny that based off of findings of fact as far as that conditional use permit. My concern, I started and I was quite adamant that number one, the church was too big. We had codes and zone, and in that zone, for the size of the building, the size of the parking lot, those kind of things. And then my other concern was 101 and Hackamore. It had no ability to handle that kind of traffic. While I understand the neighborhood next to it and everybody that lived there, I was ready to approve a church, but an appropriate sized church. I'll go one more better. The land across from Corcoran's Lions Park, that came to us as all kinds of things changed from our comp plan. They wanted to add some some commercial property there and those kind of things. Again, I would have been all for what went there per zoning ordinances and those kind of things related to how that was zoned over the past 20 to 30 years. That size of the building just wasn't appropriate. A 25-foot high size building and no commercial in that area, it would have been hard for me to say no. To do what is being thought of and said in here, I had numerous conversations with many people around election time. Don't handcuff yourselves as council members, don't handcuff the planning side of the business, and don't handcuff the landowners. And I think this will do it. Councilmember Thomas is talking, if they want to change the zoning, all they got to do is come back and request that. Well, all of those people that have built around a piece of property, and all of a sudden somebody comes in and buys a piece of land and wants to zone it to one of these things, is going to cause more confusion and more issues than the planning that we've already done as planning commissioners, council members, previous council members and mayors from how many years. I really do think we have a good plan. I think with some changes downtown and Bass Lake Road not getting straightened out and those kind of things, I think there's appropriate changes down there, only because there's not a lot of development in that area yet. So thanks for listening to me. I don't know if my 5 minutes are up.
I appreciate it.
But I love this city. I love this community. I love the previous one I was in. I think a lot of this zoning, a lot of these classifications and stuff have been copied, mimicked, shamelessly borrowed from other cities that have worked out really well. And I think as a council, I think as our planning group, I think we'd rather hear the thoughts and ideas from landowners based off our comp plan for over all these years, and then make decisions instead of handcuff us from the start. And that's all I've got to say. Thanks.
Thanks, Dean. Okay. So actually, Dean, if you're still on,
Yep.
Question: When you say handcuff, you'd be concerned about it handcuffing us from the start. You're talking about these proposed changes, or
these changes?
Gotcha.
I think it would turn down or turn off the creativity related to landowners, the buyers of those properties, neighbors around the properties, those kind of things, if you know what I mean. Mm-hmm. I think it's going to be difficult as we add these homes that we've added. I don't think it's been 1,000 quite yet, but I think the number is growing. I think we've got to jump on our comp plan and look at those areas that aren't close to residential areas that are already planned, everything that's already happened. We've got so much open space and an open canvas to help direct these things a little bit better. But I really do think if we go and remove the ability to put in, I'm going to say institutionalized institutional properties, and that covers education, churches, community centers, those kind of things. I think if we limit ourselves with a change to the zoning, I think we're going to lose a lot of that creativity, not just amongst you, the council and the mayor, but planning commissioners, charter members, landowners, developers coming to us. I think we're going to turn a lot of people away. Does that make
Gotcha.
sense?
It does. Thank you for the clarification and your input.
Thank you guys very much.
Okay, so I'm trying to think what the best way to proceed here is. I definitely like the initiative, Jeremy, and I like a lot of the proposal. I think there's things that we need to discuss further, but I also I'm really torn here. I do want to start making some progress on it, given that work session in last October and kind of the plan to go forward with it, and then we haven't yet, and I want to make sure it's not something that gets lost in the shuffle.
Mr. Mayor, may
Yeah.
I make a motion? We'll see what happens.
Sure.
I would like to make a motion that we ask the Planning Commission agenda to include a public hearing to solicit input on changes to conditional uses. As outlined.
Okay.
Second that.
Quick question on that. So you're talking about the Planning Commission meeting on the, what day would that be?
June 3rd.
Getting a little bit of feedback. I think, John, that might be your phone. There we go. On June 3rd. Okay. And Brad, last quick question. The process of, if we were to, get the feedback at that meeting and then I guess, what is the commitment, generally speaking, of staff time and maybe the budget impact of trying to prepare something for that meeting, for that June 3rd meeting now?
I don't exactly know. To make June 3rd, we have to make notice to the paper tomorrow morning to make it happen legally, to get
Okay.
the legal notice done. Like I mentioned, we have 3 public hearings we're trying to prep for already. And I guess my recommendation is I need the council and planning commission, for that matter, to understand all the implications. So I need to direct resources to review this. So that's going to be the city attorney and city planner, consultant planner, as well as Natalie's time too. So we make it happen, but there's certainly some cost to it, and it will slow down other work we're doing.
Could we look at doing it that first council meeting in June instead?
Well, that's the one he's referring to.
No, that was the Planning Commission meeting,
Oh,
I believe, right?
Correct. So we'll be looking to
Doing what? What are you saying?
A public hearing. That was Jeremy's motion.
I believe it has to be the Planning Commission, or maybe that's not correct.
Are you guys having trouble listening to John? Like his voices are cracking up. I can't make out what he's saying.
There's a little bit of background noise, but I can hear him.
Okay, maybe it's me.
Mayor and council, it really depends on the purpose. If you're holding the public hearing to proceed with an ordinance amendment, that certainly has to be at the planning commission meeting. If it's just to get public input, you can have that at the council meeting if you wish. You just still have to have the formal public hearing at the planning commission.
Gotcha.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes. Go ahead.
3 of us have had 20 minutes to discuss this now. And as I mentioned, you and Jeremy have had ad infinitum time to discuss it. Jeremy's been at it for a long time. I think it's totally unfair to have this be the last time we as council discuss it and then travel anywhere down the road. We haven't had a chance to investigate it. We're the elected officials. This is a humongous decision. I don't want to have competing motions. I don't want to do that. I want to discuss it in 2 weeks So we have time ourselves to look into this. It seems unfair to just decide to send it to another governing body. Anybody can call us at any time. This is always an open discussion. You can have discussions with citizens, and people will. I think this big decision that we just now are having a discussion about is a foolish decision if we do anything but let us digest and research, and then we as a discussion all have an informed discussion next time, and then we move it down the road. And Jeremy, I think you have the floor with your motion, but after your motion, depending on if it passes or not, I want to put a motion to table it for 2 weeks.
I think I take your point, John. And you're right. It's really unfortunate that based on open meeting laws, we can't have time to discuss outside of a public meeting like this one. Brad, is there anything that would prevent us from having it as a discussion point on the next council meeting and still doing the public hearing at the Planning Commission?
No, I don't believe so. Just your bedtime on the 27th, probably.
Okay, so we could do both then, and we could still give you and Alan and Manoj a chance to dig into it more, form more opinion prior to the public hearing.
Can I ask, what's the urgency to get this thing done by the June 3rd Planning Commission meeting?
That's just the next planning commission meeting.
Yeah, but we're asking staff to set aside time from competing priorities and things that are already in the works to drop stuff, to look at this and prepare it for the Planning Commission to have a meeting and a public hearing. I would assume that this has to go through like a full review before it can go to a public hearing, because you can't have a public hearing on well, we think it might be worded like this, or might be worded like that. It's going to be what it's worded.
I guess I'm not sure of your.
Well, you have a public hearing on a proposed ordinance.
Yep.
So staff has to run this through legal. They have to research it and write it, present it in front of the city attorney. The city attorney has to review it, sign off on it. Then it goes to the Planning Commission for a public hearing. So the public hearing can be on the actual wording of the agreement.
Yep.
If you're trying to fast track that without any of those things in place, then you're jeopardizing all the other work that these people are doing.
Okay.
That's why I don't see the importance of getting it on the June meeting. In my mind, it could shift all the way to August or September and would still be fine.
I think my concern just in general would be making sure it doesn't continue to get pushed out. I think this is something we should have probably acted on already, and I just want to make sure it doesn't continue to get pushed out. But if we need more time and we're committed to getting to it sooner than later, I guess I would be okay with the slight delay to digest and get some specifics on paper more, and then going forward with it at that point.
Yeah, to me, to John's point, to have a discussion on something we've seen in a packet that came out on Friday, and then we're shifting it to a public hearing already, it's pretty fast.
Yep.
So Mayor,
Yeah.
but isn't that everything that comes in our packets though? Right? It comes in the packet, you look at it, you have a chance, like you saw it in the packet. You have the same time you had on any other proposal that would have been in a packet. You could have called staff. You could have, I mean, assuming like that's why John called Jeremy, so then he found out he couldn't talk further. I knew about this because we've been talking about it. This is something I've been telling that we need to get conditional use permit. So maybe I didn't think about needing the extra time for me. I'm pretty comfortable where I am, but I can see why, you know, yourself and John, it's like we need more time. But isn't this what most of our agenda items on the council comes, and we have those 4 or 5 days and we vote, right? We don't push every day, because then in that case, if that becomes a precedent, like I'm not comfortable, let's just push this out another 2 weeks. I need more time, or I was busy, I couldn't get to this. I mean, every topic that comes to this table for decision is an important one. I don't think any one is less superior to the other. It's our job to find the time to discuss it, or I mean, I don't want to hold up due process. I feel like anytime we try to change something that's been in motion for quite a time, like, oh, the previous councils, previous mayors, that then suddenly it gets pushed out. Nobody has time, nobody has resources. But if it's something else, that, suddenly the resources and the time works out. So I think we should just move forward. That's just me. That's 1 out of the 5. And I think there's a motion on the table that was seconded. I don't know if you're going to call.
Yeah, I
for a
will
vote or
here
not.
in just one moment. I have one last question. If, let's say we were to discuss this over the next 2 weeks, at the, whatever our next meeting date is. I get that the timeline wouldn't work to do it on that June 3rd planning commission, given the notice. Couldn't a meeting be called at some time after that with whatever the notice is, 10 days or whatever? Sometime after that?
Is that to me, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no, I just want to clarify that. I assumed it was just one, didn't want to for sure act on that. Certainly, I guess it again goes to this, what's the priority level of the council? That's an extra meeting to prepare for and extra process. And again, we can do anything we want. Just to back up, the reason this is not moving forward at this time yet, it's because council directed us to work on other stuff first.
Yep.
So I'm clear that staff has not been holding this effort up. We're working in the order we've been told to do so.
Yep, and
So
it
if we-
didn't mean to imply otherwise, yeah.
We have different directives. We'll do what you want, but we have limited resources.
Okay. Then I think that's gonna be my preference, is so everyone can get more comfortable with this and come with maybe some tweaks that they'd like to see. And then if it's, because I do want to move on this, and I think it's, to me, a higher priority than certainly than some of the stuff we have kind of in the works that would be the kind of the next projects, like the screening thing that Jeremy mentioned. So I'd say we discuss this for the next meeting, and if need be, work at calling a meeting sometime whenever the notice would line up and work. So that'll be my preference.
If that's your preference, then you have to vote down the motion on the
Yep.
table, because the motion on the table is to hold.
Correct.
Hearing.
So I will go ahead.
It wasn't seconded.
It was seconded.
It
It
was
was
seconded by Councilmember Thomas.
It was seconded. So, okay, with that specific caveat, I will go ahead and roll call vote. McKee, nay. Fatima,
Nay.
Nichols,
Nay.
Schultz,
Nay.
Thomas.
What are we doing right now? Are we voting it down? Like, can you make the motion again? Sorry.
On having
So-
the public hearing at the June 3rd meeting, and did you
Yay.
catch my, okay, yay. So that fails 4-1 or 1-4. So absent that, Brad, do you need another motion, or do you just need direction that we'll look at it at this next meeting, and kind of what I just said about if we want to potentially call a meeting at that point, we can discuss that then, and the details of this proposal.
Correct, Mr. Mayor. I mean, there's not an action item here, so I don't even
Okay.
think we need to table it. It just would be directing staff to continue this discussion to the next meeting, if that's okay with the council.
Yep. That works for
Mr.
me.
Mayor,
Yes,
can we have Mr. Thames come to the meeting?
I would be 100% in favor of that.
Okay.
May I ask one?
Yep.
This probably, it's something to do with, but if this mask mandate goes down and we can have an in-person meeting, when's the potential soonest of that we could actually discuss this in person as a group?
Mask mandate's supposedly being lifted tomorrow, as far as what I heard, but Brad, you know more, I would think.
Yeah, I think we're still waiting on the guidance. Sounds like the mask mandate is tomorrow. The governor's distancing was supposed to be lifted May 28th. So I don't know if that's been changed at all. So we have to review what just happened tonight. I don't know if we can get the chamber 100% ready by May 27th. For sure by the June 10th is my goal. I'm actually on the May 27th agenda. I have scheduled a discussion on meetings moving forward for format for the council. Additionally, once the governor's order, if ever, is lifted, the only votes that will be recorded are in-person votes at that point, so you'll have to return at some point. So I don't know if 27th is possible to get the council chambers ready and learn the technology and now have a whole big packet to put out in 4 business days.
Okay, my only reason is this would be a great discussion to have in person, especially with an attorney in the room. It seems a lot easier to make some of these decisions then.
I don't think June 10th is like.
Gotcha. Okay. So I think we're good there, and we got plenty of work to do for this next meeting on it, and then we'll take it from there.
So it'll be on the 27th?
Correct. Okay. So give me 1 second here to reshuffle my notes. Okay, we are on unfinished business. We have another public comment opportunity, and Jessica will walk us through that for 9A.
Wonderful, Mayor. It is a public hearing. So do you want us to go ahead and open the public hearing, or are we doing the
yes.
public comment?
I'm sorry. Yeah, we will open.
Yes, we're actually on unfinished business. So that's Corcoran Trail East West.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, no worries. I was thinking
apologize.
that was 10. Okay.
Sorry.
No
I was
problem.
at the next one.
Then just public
Thank you.
comment.
Yes, public comment. If anyone wants to come do a public comment, they can raise their hand on a phone by pressing *9. Otherwise, you can do so by under the reactions or participants buttons. There should be a raise your hand function there. And Mayor, at this time, no one is raising their hand.
Okay. Then we will go on to 9A, Corcoran Trail East-West feasibility study, and Kevin's going to present.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. This agenda item relates to what we're calling now the Corcoran Trail Street Improvements Project. A feasibility study was authorized back on February 11th to evaluate this a potential street improvement project in this neighborhood. And with that, we also completed a small stormwater evaluation. On April 21st, a virtual neighborhood meeting was held. And really the goal today is for council to discuss the feasibility study as presented, and then discuss specifically 2 alternate preliminary assessment roles that have been provided. Lastly, accept the report and then order the improvement hearing by resolution, should that seem to be the goal of the council. Next slide, please. So here's a schematic of the neighborhood, Corcoran Trail East-West. It's located almost immediately west of our community park area, off of just west of 1050 intersection. The darker shaded sections, there's kind of 2 segments on the south side. Those are existing gravel roads. They were constructed with the first edition of this neighborhood. And then a couple of years later, the north kind of horseshoe piece was paved with the second phase of that plat back in the 1980s, I believe. So that's just a schematic. The feasibility study contemplates paving the gravel sections, and an evaluation was done on the existing paved section, and the report is recommending what we would call a full depth reclamation. So it's essentially a machine would come grind up the gravel and the pavement and make it into a new gravel and then pave over top of it. So it would be more of a rehabilitation project. Next slide, please. I'm jumping a little bit into the assessment roles. And I do want to note that we caught an error about an hour before the meeting. So I do apologize. Alternate 2 will be a revised one, and we have copies of that in a revised report that we can distribute later. But if you'll note, some of these figures are different than what's in the report, and I will highlight the differences as we go. So specifically, to this project when we aren't doing just an overlay to our neighborhoods. We have a program where we have been going around, we budget in our annual general levy approximately $175,000, I think it was, for 2021, and we look to do overlays on neighborhoods that are in need that haven't had one yet, and that's out of our assessment policy that I think we've talked about before. When you go beyond an overlay, the assessment policy says, you know, that's a rehabilitation, and thus the overlay does not apply. So alternate one, or the assessment, the free overlay does not apply, excuse me. So what we have here is under alternate one, we have the assessments that would strictly follow the policy. So the assessments are based off 90% the low end of the range of the benefit. So there's two categories I'll call. There's the gravel to pavement, and then there's the existing pavement to pavement. So they're outlined here. The ones that are gravel to pavement would be 10,800, and the ones that are pavement to pavement would be 5,400. So we did go, based on council direction, we did go and actually have the appraiser assess the benefit of a free overlay, and that's 90% of the mid-range of the value of the appraised value. So that was between 1 and 3,000. So oh, I'm sorry, I might be misspeaking. Yeah, 90% of the mid, so 2,000 would be the mid, so it'd be an $1,800 credit. So this table here, alternate 2, that's shown on the screen, this one was amended. The error was that we were applying the credit to the gravel properties, and we need to apply the credit to the paved properties. So that's the change. The overlay credits are now applied to the 5,400 valuation versus the 10,800 in the council packet. One of the reasons we provided 2 alternates for discussion tonight is that on a typical project, you know, in past projects, we would just come in and do a maintenance overlay. We estimated that the value of that maintenance overlay for this neighborhood would be $150,000. So when we get further on, the local participation in this project exceeds $150,000. So that is why we kind of created 2 categories for your discussion. Next slide, please. Oh yeah, so this shows it here under alternate 1. The special assessments would be 216,000 should that be desired, and then if we gave the $1,800 I guess free overlay benefit, that would reduce to 176,400. And as you can see, the local funds participation are well above that 150,000. So that's, next slide, please. Another nuance to this project was kind of the stormwater component. There was a lot of history of kind of drainage issues and concerns. Kind of 2 primary issues. One was related to kind of flooding, spring thaw flooding, kind of the main drainage that passes through the neighborhood. And then there's a lot of issues in the neighborhood, which are not uncommon, related to private drain tile, old egg drain tile. And so we recognize those through the feedback sessions we had, but for the purpose of this feasibility study, we can really only focus best on what's in the road right away. That was kind of the primary purpose. So there may be minor things should the design go forward that we try to do, but it will be focused on public things in the right away primarily. The 2 stormwater improvements that were evaluated were kind of what we're going to label a typical municipal infrastructure. So if it was designed today, what improvements or changes would we make? And the second alternative was to eliminate the 100-year storm event from overtopping the road. And the recommended design that we have included is the typical municipal one, primarily due to the cost benefit. For about 3 times the price, we could lower the elevation to the stormwater approximately 6 inches to a foot, and we don't feel like that was worth the price. Next slide, please. Here's a look at a potential project schedule. Tonight, we're discussing the feasibility study. If we accept it, we recommend ordering an improvement hearing, which would occur on the June 10th meeting. If that were to continue to move forward, then we would request that we authorize plans and specs at that same meeting. So, in July, we would bring those back and approve and go out to bids. Open bids in August. Construction would likely be later after Labor Day through Halloween. And then at some point there would be an assessment hearing to be determined. Financing improvements could be funded through a combination of special assessments and local participation. Options for local participation, like I mentioned previously, the line item there out of the 2021 general budget. The asphalt fund has some reserves that could be applied to this project, and then we do have a small stormwater fund that could also be directed or allocated towards this project. So lastly, after we conclude the discussion and answer any questions, we do recommend that the City Council consider motion to accept the Corcoran Trail Street feasibility study, which is updated, which is updated tonight, and then recommend ordering an improvement hearing. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, and Kent Torvey, the city engineer, is also available as well.
Perfect. Thank you. Any questions for Kevin? Council. Nothing. I guess just quickly, the $1,800 potential credit for the overlay that was discussed. You mentioned that's different than what was in the council packet. It's on the $5,400 assessment potentially, not the 10,800.
Correct. Yeah. So it's alternate to the alternate to assessment roll is different. So if you're looking at what we included, the $1,800 overlay credit was applied to the 10,800 properties, and that was incorrect.
Gotcha.
So we made that change. That did update. If you go to the next slide, Jess, it did also update.
She just stepped out.
Oh, okay.
There she is.
That summary table where it show this right there. So that also did update this. What it did was actually transfer more money into the gap between the two. It just gets transferred into the local fund. The local fund gap increased because we're applying it to a larger number of properties.
Gotcha.
So those are the two tables that changed. Nothing else in the text document changed.
Okay, thank you. So I will open it up to council on the, I guess, the alternate 1 or alternate 2, what the thoughts are there, giving the overlay credit or not.
So Mayor,
yeah.
Can I ask Kevin a question?
Of course.
Or staff, but just to clarify, the overlay credit was because it was written into policy, right, for overlays, but we no longer give a free overlay anymore, correct? So any newly paved roads do not get a one free overlay.
Correct. Yes. There was a specific list, and thank you for that correction. There was a specific list. So there's a list in our assessment policy that says these specific streets are eligible for one overlay. After that, they're crossed off the list. So any new overlay in Ravinia would not be subject to a free overlay. It's the older neighborhoods.
Right. Yeah. So any new paving after that change, I just wanted to be clear, so those people that are being assessed going from gravel to asphalt don't have the expectation that, hey, they get a free overlay in the future because we accelerated the overlay on the others.
Correct. Yep. And yeah, and they would get crossed off the list if we did this project.
Yep.
Yep. All of the Corcoran Trail East-West neighborhood would get crossed off the list because it would reset with a new road.
Right, correct. I just wanted to clarify that, so if anybody was watching this, they would understand that.
Gotcha. In terms of thoughts on which route to go on, the alternate 1 or 2, Alan, I believe you're the one that raised the issue of the overlay credit because you caught that was a thing.
Yeah, to me, we're just accelerating that credit and giving those people the credit that they would have deserved to got if
Right.
to receive if we would have actually did an overlay on that portion of the road. So there's no difference in the actual project between alternate 1 or 2. So I would recommend that we go with alternate number 2.
Okay, I would agree. Anyone else?
I agree as well.
Then unless there's anything else someone wants to add, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion to accept the Corcoran Trail Street Improvements feasibility study and order the improvement hearing.
So moved.
Second,
All-
Thomas.
Perfect. Any further discussion? Okay, roll call vote. McKee, aye. Bottoма,
Aye.
Nichols,
Aye.
Schultz,
Aye.
Thomas.
Aye.
Perfect. Thank you. That carries. New business. This is where we have the public hearing that will open up right now. Or actually, Brad, do you want to present first?
Thanks, Mayor and Council. Yeah, I just think
Then we'll
for
do
this
that.
specific circumstance, I can go through a couple of slides and it might help those who want to speak kind of understand a little more or speak to the items I'm speaking about potentially. So if it's okay, I'll just go through a couple of slides.
Sounds good.
So this is the project here. It's known as the Appaloosa Woods neighborhood. It's accessed actually only through Maple Grove off of County Road 101. So it's kind of on an island out there. Next slide, Jess. So some history, and I'll call it recent history because there's been a lot of history in this neighborhood. But in recent times, in 2019, the city of Maple Grove notified Corcoran that they were going to be doing a street construction project for their portion of the area and asked if Corcoran wanted to be involved with this project. So we did hold a neighborhood meeting in 2020 when we could all meet together, actually. It was well attended, had a good discussion. And then in April of 2020, staff was authorized to complete a feasibility study. And that took most of the summer and was completed towards the beginning of fall. And just due to the election coming up and potential changes, we kind of parked it for a bit. So then in 2021, in January, the new council reviewed the draft feasibility study, provided direction. And in April, they approved the feasibility study and called an improvement hearing. Earlier this month, Maple Grove opened bids. They were favorable bids, and I'll go over that in a little bit. And then tonight, we're holding an improvement hearing to determine if the project moves forward. And letters were mailed on Friday, April 30th. I'm hearing that they got them probably the Tuesday or Wednesday thereafter, but the letters did go out. Next slide. As far as the scope, it's a reconditioning of existing pavement that does exist, very little in the Corcoran area, and then improving the remainder to a gravel bituminous area. Kind of similar than we just talked about, we're proposing assessments here as well. Our policy is 90% of the low end range. For the existing gravel to new pavement, the benefit range was determined for this specific neighborhood to be between $15,000 to $23,000. So 90% of the low end of 15 is 13.5, and that's 10 properties. And then the benefit for existing pavement to new pavement was a range from 8,000 to 13,000, and 90% of that 8,000 number is 7,200. And I will note that the options are really to pay it in full or over a term with interest. If we do go that route, I would recommend a term of 10 years, not any longer. Our policy is to use an interest rate of 1% of whatever, 1% above whatever our borrowing cost would be for the project, or if we're not issuing debt, a recent bond issuance. And our last bond issuance was actually below 1%, 0.83%. So the interest would be 1.83% for this project. Next slide, Jess. As far as anticipated cost, the feasibility study had this project at $186,000 roughly or so. And the original assessment revenue based upon this formula would actually raise almost near that exact same amount, $185,000. This neighborhood is a little more dense as compared to other neighborhoods such as Corcoran Trail East and West. Now, the updated estimate based upon the bids that were received really puts the project cost at about $158,000. So we wouldn't be making money on the project. So essentially what would happen is if the project goes forward, we would wait to see how the project's moving forward and call an assessment hearing at some point establishing what the project costs. And if they stayed in this range, we would recommend lower assessments by roughly $30,000 for this project. So big picture with Maple Grove doing their big project, ours was bid as an alternate to their project. So we're never going to get better bidding costs because our project is relatively small. Interest rates never going to be lower. And if we're going to do this project, this is really the time to do so. So with that, the step is to hold the improvement hearing tonight and then consider approving the resolution, ordering the improvement. And with that, there is also need to authorize the mayor and myself to execute a joint powers agreement. And that's for us to work with Maple Grove on the project and outlines the costs and those types of items there. So I'll stop there and you can hold the hearing.
Sounds good. Then we will go ahead and open the public hearing. And
Thank you, Mayor. Anyone who wants to participate in the public hearing can raise their hand by pressing *9 if they're on a phone. Otherwise, if they are on a computer or a tablet, either use the raise hand function under reactions or the participants tab. Mayor, we do have one person raising their hand. Their name on the screen is Paige. Paige, if you want to go ahead and state your name and address for the record, then you can go ahead.
Yes, Paige Peterson at 19140 81st Place North. The comment before the other project had mentioned one free overlay credit for previous tarred roads. As our section already has tar, does that apply in this situation as well?
And I will. That's a fair question. Brad would be the subject matter expert on that more than I am.
Yeah, would you like me to answer now?
That'd be great. Yep.
No, it would not apply to this development. There was a specific methodology when the assessment process was developed to have select neighborhoods that had a neighborhood paving that already exists listed.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Paige. Anyone else? All right, seeing none, then I will go ahead and entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved, Nichols.
I'll second it. Roll call vote. McKee, aye. Bottoма,
Aye.
Nichols,
Aye.
Schultz,
Aye.
Thomas.
Aye.
All righty. Any questions, initial thoughts for Brad from council?
Do we have any idea how much impact that the cost savings would be on assessments roughly, or?
Mayor and Council, there's 17 properties. We as staff will bring you maybe two options, whether that's equal to everybody or a percentage or something. But if you do the math, 17 properties, we're working with about $30,000. So, $1,500 to $2,000, something like that. It's a real number.
Good, thank you.
Anything else? You guys are quiet today. Okay.
I feel like, as Brad put it, it's the most opportune time to take this action.
Yep, I would agree. It's I don't foresee it ever being another time where it would be doable at this price range whatsoever. I think this is as reasonable as it's going to get to improve this road here. Just given the other things going on with Maple Grove and however it would go, that we normally wouldn't have. So I would agree. If there's nothing else that anyone wants to add, we can go ahead and.
Tom?
Yeah.
Just a comment. It needs to be done, and to echo everybody else, like this was the right time, and it wouldn't get any cheaper. But I want to remind the council that we should look back at our financial model and how we're going to pay for these versus assessment, right? We talked about that. We don't want the sticker shock of community by community getting $30,000 bills versus we need to find a better way to kind of get this paid for through a financial modeling, be it subscription based. Like, we talked about different ideas, and I don't want to break it down here. But to get to that quickly, I think it's going to be a priority for us versus having this big sticker shock to, this has been a hard year for a lot of families, and 30,000 is not a small amount. And while it is the cheapest they can get done, I get that. But you know what, is my road condition really good, or is my budget at my home better? So I just feel like it needs to get done. So I'm in favor of it, but we can't keep doing this. We can't keep coming back and putting assessments back on our city.
Mr. Mayor, to clarify his comments, there's no $30,000 assessment possible to any landowner here.
Right,
So
that's
not
what I
to
was just
scare
looking
somebody with that number.
No, I'm sorry. Like, yeah, exactly. It's just that when it starts coming down to individual owners, right, irrespective of the number, like we have to find a better way versus, hey, I pay my taxes every month by every year, but this happens, I get an assessment. So that's just me.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, there's no perfect science to that because it's such a specific improvement on a specific property. The other side of the argument is, why should somebody who lives on Larkin pay for this street improvement when their street is dirt, via taxes? I agree with the concept. Paving is expensive. That's why half the roads in Corcoran are dirt. The solution's not simple. I wish it was. And I'm not even disagreeing with you. I'm just thinking aloud. There's so many sides. I mean, look back 20 years, 30 years, the biggest issue in this town has been paving. And so until we find an asphalt tree, it'll be a while.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to note there is an individual raising their hand. I just want to make the note.
Okay.
It's up to you.
If it's fine with council, any objections to letting one more
No, we're
get
fine.
in later? Okay.
I think you're on mute, Jess.
I think we're on mute.
And now there's another one as well.
Hello?
Okay. Well, Judy?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, perfect. We'll let Judy go and Shelby, but we're going to make sure to cut it off after there because we have already closed the public hearing. But go ahead, Judy.
So this is Dave McStott, Judy's husband. And so it's Dave and Judy McStott. We live on 8040 Ridge Court. It's a cul-de-sac just off of 81st Place. And my only question is, if we are being assessed for whatever the amount is, will we be receiving new asphalt in front of our driveway all the way down to the end of the cul-de-sac where it is public road use?
Brad, if you want to quickly address that, if you got the question.
Sure, Mr. Mayor and Council. Short answer is no. So this is the public portion of the street, the 30 feet or so to where the road turns onto the private drive at the right of way would be paved, but that would be the extent of our project. And as far as the assessments go, it's the benefit to the properties. And since these properties access the new public street, there's determined to be benefit for that. But the short answer is no.
Okay, so I understand that there's a private easement between 81st Place and a 300-foot strip. But after that, it is a public right-of-way and it is public land in the cul-de-sac area. So we're being assessed $7,200, but they're not putting new asphalt in front of our place. That doesn't seem right to me.
And I'll just interject quickly here. This is, Brad, something that could be brought up at that hearing, correct? And discussed?
Which hearing?
If we were to go forward with this at the assessment hearing.
And when is that?
Well, that's what we would need to determine here going forward. But Brad, am I correct in that?
Yeah, so Mayor and Council, the drive, it's not city-owned property or land, or the private drive is in. As far as the assessment hearing, this improvement hearing orders the project moving forward, and really gives staff what the finance plan is at the assessment hearing, correct, which we'll do at some form in the future. With projects, you can do it right away at the beginning, or you can do them at the end. In this case, it makes a lot of sense to wait till the project's nearly done to see how much cost savings we can have to potentially lower the assessments. We're not have to do with a refund after the fact, but at that hearing, there could be an appeal to the assessment, and the council could choose to essentially honor that appeal and say, we agree with your appeal and you should not be assessed. There is
Gotcha.
one additional opportunity.
That's why I just wanted to make sure that there was some opportunity for people to have this conversation and raise issues at a later date. So okay, thank you.
So everything is moving forward, but when do we get a chance to understand how this all is going to work?
Regarding when that hearing would be,
yeah,
that's hasn't been established yet, but we would certainly keep all. It'd be publicly noticed and keep everyone up to date on that if and when that were to happen.
Okay, so Steve or John, if you're listening, do you understand this or not?
Mr. McStott, just this is from a public hearing, so it's an opportunity to share your thoughts or questions, and I'm certainly available to answer any questions outside of the meeting too. But this is not meant to be a dialogue between neighbors at this point.
Yep, and that's partially my fault. I just wanted to make sure there is an opportunity, but I would definitely recommend reaching out to Brad or you're more than welcome to shoot me an email, and I would be happy to discuss things with you.
All right, I'll reach out to Brad when the time is right, and we'll figure it out.
Sounds good. Thank you. Thank you. And last one, I believe Shelby has her hand up.
Shelby, if you want to go ahead and unmute and give us your name and address.
Hi, my name is Shelby. I live at 19360 81st Place North. I just have a couple of questions. So I would like to know, and I don't know if maybe this is something that could be addressed at the assessment hearing. And if it is, I can certainly address it then. I was just wondering and wanted to know how you determined what the benefit for it would be, like the cost benefit. I was speaking with my realtor and he said that the benefit would only be like 5 to 9 to 10,000 if I was on a paved street. So I wanted to see where your benefit and how it was determined.
Gotcha. I will just say this quick. I would definitely encourage you as well to reach out to Brad Martins, our city administrator, and he can give you some more detailed information on that, because we do have it, and he can walk you through kind of the methodology and how we got to that.
Perfect. Sounds good. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Okay, so I think we're good on public comment now. So
I think we had a motion and second, didn't we?
Did we?
Just to close the public
hearing.
Just for
the hearing.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
But with that, if someone would like to make a motion, I'll entertain a motion to approve the resolution 2021-42 ordering the improvement for Appaloosa Woods Street Improvement Project.
So moved.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Sorry. If I could also, if there's a friendly amendment to that motion to author, or it's coming next, I forgot to put it in the enhanced agenda.
Did you want it all as one?
Well, okay, if you want to do a second, that's different too, sorry.
No, that's fine, go ahead.
No, so we also want to authorize the mayor and myself to execute the joint powers agreement with Maple Grove for the project too.
So moved.
Second, Thomas.
Any further discussion? Roll call vote. McKee, aye. Bottoма.
Aye.
Nichols.
Aye.
Schultz.
Aye.
Thomas.
Aye.
All righty. Thank you, guys. That carries. We will now have a public comment opportunity for the rest of the items under new business, which is 10B through H. And really briefly, actually, before we do that, does anyone want to take a 5-minute break here, or do you want to power through?
on mute now.
I'm good.
He talks.
Okay.
I'm okay going through, but I'm comfortable with, you're the mayor, it's your meeting. I'm comfortable with whatever you come up with.
Okay. Appreciate it. Then let's just keep on going. We'll go ahead with the public comment opportunity for 10B through H, and Jessica will walk us through.
Thank you, Mayor. If you'd like to comment, you can raise your hand by pressing *9 or use the participants or reactions tab and click raise your hand. Mayor, at this time, no one has raised their hand. We could give it a moment if you'd like.
Sounds good. Give it a few seconds, and then we will go on to 10B, which is the 2020 budget transfers. And it doesn't look like there's anyone. So Brad, if you want to go ahead, all yours.
Thanks, Mayor and Council. So the 2020 audit is near completion, and as typical every year, we have the opportunity to transfer funds prior to the closing of that year. So that's the action we're looking to have tonight on a couple different items. And I guess what we'll call good news is the year-end budget for 2020. Our expenditures were under revenues by about $850,000. And that number seems shocking at first, but then you dig into the numbers. Well, we used about $237,000 of CARES funds for eligible public safety personnel. We didn't get the asphalt project completed. The contractor wasn't able to get the project done. So there's $166,000 there. We didn't have the planner position for 6 months, nor the maintenance worker position for a year. Essentially, a lot of these are due to the pandemic starting in March and us not knowing at all what the impacts were going to be. We shut everything down. And then we had multiple police officer vacancies under several months. I have an asterisk there because I didn't do the formal audit of exact dollars. I put an average cost of a police officer multiplied by the months we had officers out and just got to that general number there. So pretty quickly you're up to $710,000. And on top of that, basically trainings and conferences and everything else stopped. And staff was really directed to halt any and all expenditures that we didn't have to do because we didn't know what was going to happen. So with that, we're essentially at the $850,000. Next slide, please, Jessica. So as part of this, in order to get our reserves to a little bit higher, I do recommend storing some funds in the general fund, getting our reserves to 40%. But I do recommend that we reallocate about $526,000 towards the following. The first, those CARES funds that we use towards public safety expenditures, one of the thoughts was putting that forward in a use that we could use without having any sort of guidance over our heads limited. So in doing that, I am recommending earmarking that amount towards some COVID related project in the long range planning fund, whether that's broadband or any other initiative that could be used, it's be parked there. $200,000 to the asphalt fund that reflects the $166,000 we didn't spend last year that we need to spend this year, as well as a little extra money because we're approving potentially lots of projects, as well as the remaining roughly $89,000 to the long range planning fund without earmark. We have a lot of items coming up, including fire service planning, facility planning. We want to update design standards. We have some potential software, IT needs. It would give us an opportunity to invest in areas that are maybe one-time investments that make an impact in the organization.
I disallow investments from being used. It's spend.
Sounds good. In addition to that, there's another opportunity. In 2016, the downtown utility and street improvement project took place. It was about a $4 million project. And that project has been complete for a couple of years. And actually the auditors brought to our attention, hey, there's this money sitting here. We should really do something with it and close out this fund. And it's been done for a couple of years now. It's roughly $492,000, so it's not a small amount. And really what that reflects is the project, there was 0 change orders in the entire project. And there were pretty significant liquidated damages. Like I'll take a step back. Kevin Madsen was actually part of the project team, as was Ken Torvey, who kept that project on track when they were, well, Ken's still with Wing, but Kevin was as well. But because of them managing this project, there was 0 change orders. And because of their tracking, we were able to prove liquidated damages to the contractor as well, which resulted in some changes. Additionally, there was a significant amount of estimates. When the project was approved, we had to purchase easement from different individuals, like for acquiring land, and we had kind of a guess ballpark number for some of those too. So in a $4 million project, I guess it's a pretty significant number, but it's reasonable that we got to that where we got. My recommendation for that is to transfer that amount to the asphalt fund. And speaking to the auditors, essentially we could transfer to any type of similar use, and certainly future street projects would be part of that. And I just note here, we have these street projects. Later this year, we owe $250,000 to the Dayton Parkway interchange project when that achieves substantial completion. So that's the recommended transfer there. So I believe the next slide shows the overall recommendation with accounting codes, and looking for support and a resolution authorizing the transfers as presented or amended.
Okay. Any questions right off the bat for Brad on that? I've done a lot of looking at this, and I mean, I think Brad laid out the reasoning for, you know, what transfer is going where pretty well. Is there anything that anyone would like to see differently? Questions about what Brad has proposed here? What staff has proposed?
Can we comment?
Of
Or
course.
is that
Yeah.
okay? I think you do a good job, Brad, of typically when tax revenue exceeds the budget, then people would say, well, we should cut taxes. And generally I'm for that, but you did a good job articulating that this is stuff that normally would have been spent last year or in the previous years, that we just need to catch up on the spend because of various circumstances. So I appreciate the time and explanation on that.
Anything else?
I would agree with John's comments. That's probably the first thing we're going to hear from somebody is, well, why'd you tax me so much? But you know, we had great revenue growth too. So I think these are good options.
Sounds good.
No
Jeremy or
comment.
Manoj?
I agree to what John and Alan just called out. I think it's a good allocation.
All right. If there's no changes that anyone would like to see or anything else to bring up, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion to approve resolution 2021-43, authorizing an interfund transfer.
So moved, Nichols.
I'll second it. Any further discussion? Roll call vote. McKee, aye. Bodema.
Aye.
Nichols.
Aye.
Schultz.
Aye.
Thomas.
Aye.
Carries. 10C, bridge replacements. Feasibility study and authorizing plans and specs.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is our third feasibility study or engineering infrastructure project of the evening. And it's related to the bridge replacements. And that's really the term that the state uses. It's the large culverts that we have in 4 locations in the community. Back on October 22nd, 2020, the previous council authorized a feasibility for bridge replacement studies at Trailhaven Road, Kane Road, and Shuddy Road. These bridges are considered critical infrastructure to the city's transportation and stormwater drainage systems. And they are, excuse me, and they're all monitored every year annually. Hennepin County completes that monitoring for us now, and they all have, as you were able to see, have ratings that justify these considerations. So tonight we will be discussing the feasibility that's been presented, accept the report, and then recommend that we approve the design plans and specifications for two of the 3 bridges, Trailhaven Road and Shuddy Road, in the amounts of $35,000 and $30,000 respectively. Next slide. Here's a schematic from the report. It's a little hard to see, I apologize. I'll briefly talk through it. Starting in the lower right, kind of east central area, there's a blue circle in Shannon Lane. That is one of our 4 bridges that we monitor. That one was replaced 5 or 6 years ago, so that's in good shape. Just immediately, kind of the southwest is Shuddy Road near Brandywine, and that is one that we've actually have road postings on for a while. As you go north central to Kane Road, is located there, and then Trail Haven, one collector road.
There's
to the
my
west.
house.
And then the last on Bechtel, the last red dot is actually, it does not qualify through the state program, but is a fairly large culvert that we do monitor as well. It's a complete city culvert bridge. But so that is not eligible for state bonding funds, but we do monitor it. So just to kind of disclose that. Next slide, please. This is kind of what triggered the feasibility report. It was a critical finding report. This is the Trail Haven Bridge. It's in the report, just a picture there showing the loss of section, the cracking. So it's that's kind of the motivation to get these out and studied so we can pursue additional funding resources. Next slide, please. Just a schematic to show what was in the report, what was evaluated, lots of modeling, lots of investigations to kind of set the table for what's to come. Next slide, please. This is in the report. It's really just showing what might really just showing what might happen. So we have, like at Trail Haven, we have a 7x11 steel arch. Well, we're gonna propose to put back a 5x10 box. It's just more cost effective, and way all these trends are going in terms of future maintenance and whatnot. So there's just some examples of how the cross sections would change, and that's all part of the engineering design process. The table below that shows estimated cost to replace these between $250,000 and $350,000 roughly. And the Trail Haven one is primarily due to it being a little longer because it's on an angle. Next slide, please.
Kevin, can I ask you a question on your last slide?
Yep.
So how do you evaluate like restriction of water flow when you're looking at like Trail Haven going from a 7x11 down to a 5x10?
I'll probably let Kent answer that if he's available and listening, Kent. Otherwise, okay.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, the labels at the top of the columns are called HEC-RAS, and it's a approved model to analyze these. So as you go by 7x11, the full depth may not be utilized. So a 5x10, as you get to 50 square feet of flow, would model the same elevation. So it's an engineering analysis based on a flood model.
It's essentially matching, like if you look at the cross section,
yeah,
it has to do with, how it has to do with equalizing the conveyance of the water through the different cross sections. So is that correct, Kent? A different way to say it?
Yes, and we'll be bound by FEMA regulations and watershed regulations. So there'll be a lot of oversight on this, which is good because you'll have adjacent property owners. So it's not just one engineer's model saying this is fine. There'll be a lot of eyes on this.
okay. So it won't restrict water flow in any way. It's just water flow is utilized different through it because you're more of a box shape versus an arch shaped. Okay.
Correct. Yeah, and go through no rise analysis and all that stuff that we would want to make sure that we analyze before we essentially want to match what's there.
Okay. I just wanted that confirmed. So when we put this in, people don't come to us to say, well, they put in a smaller culvert, so.
Right. That's the sensitivity to these. And it's just more economical and better to convert to the box culverts. And that's
sure.
That's very common approach. But yes, you do have to go through that process to make sure you can stand up to that statement of that there's a no rise situation.
All right. Well, thank you.
Financing for this, it's there's quite a bit of explanation through the state bonding program in the report, but essentially it's likely that a combination through the bonding program, the municipal state aid system and local participation would pay for this. We would need to, the local participation is heavy on the front end, and it gets reimbursed at project award and completion. So, and there will be some local, some percentage of local, but we do have to front it, you know, probably for 2 to 3 years, assuming we can get going. We would plan to pay for that out of some of the funds in the asphalt fund. So we recommend council consider a motion to accept the bridge replacement feasibility study, approve resolution 2021-44, which basically that's the tool we give to the state to say, yes, we are serious about this bridge. Please consider us for grants, and then authorize the design plans and specifications for Trailhaven and Shuddy Road replacements in an amount of $65,000. And I should clarify, the reason we're recommending those two bridges are that they score the best, which essentially means they need replacement sooner. And they're also currently on our state aid system, so we would better able to utilize some of those funds. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, or Ken Torvey as well.
Thank you. Any questions for Kevin or Kent?
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify a question, or clarify a statement that I think I heard Kevin state, that we would have to front the cost for a couple of years. Is that just referring to the cost to do this additional study, and then when it's time to actually execute the build, state funding would take care of the majority, or what did you mean by front the cost?
So we, to better qualify and score, the further along your plans are, so quote unquote shovel ready, you score higher. So you essentially get on the list sooner. So when I said front the cost, that means basically carry forward that. So to pay for the engineering design, to pay for this feasibility study that we did. Once there's a project, all that gets rolled into the engineering costs. And when they award the bids, when they review the plans, they allocate out what percentages are going to be covered under the bridge. There's certain items that are eligible, certain that aren't for the bridge, for the state bonding program, excuse me. Then there's certain eligible items for the MSA system, road system, and then everything else falls back to local. So we would capitalize on everything we could in terms of the grants and the state aid program as the proposal, and then we'd fall back. So we just basically would get reimbursed from those, and it would replenish back into whatever with the local funds that we spent ahead of time. So the engineering, the feasibility, if they're for eligible items on a percentage prorated basis, that would be covered back and reimbursed when the project was awarded.
Okay, very good. Thank you. That's clear.
Any other questions? Thoughts? Anything? Okay. Hearing nothing, then I'll go ahead and entertain a motion to accept the feasibility report and approve resolution 2021-44 and authorize plans and specifications for Trailhaven Road and Shuddy Road bridge replacements.
So moved.
Second.
All right, any further discussion? Roll call vote. McKee,
I have
aye.
a,
Oh,
can
I'm
I,
sorry. Yes,
can I
go
add
ahead.
something to discussion? That Trailhaven crossing, the creek dumps into my property. So that culvert is collapsing. So the road actually about every 3 weeks becomes a humongous speed bump. So if you're going over 30, that everything, you're just screwed crossing at that point. I guess, in your opinion, can I vote on it? If I didn't advocate for it, it just happens to be that a culvert by my house is collapsing. I just wanted to be recognized that is right by my house. But it needs to be replaced because it's terrible. I'll abstain from the voting for that reason.
That just to clarify though, there's no reason you need to abstain. I understand why you want to, but we're not building a bridge to create economic value for you. It's a safety issue based on independent ranking with the county. So
Fair enough. I appreciate that.
Jamie, you don't need to, but then that's your style, abstaining. You want to just abstain, you can do it, but not for that reason.
Okay. So roll call vote. McKee, aye. Bottoма,
Abstain.
Nichols,
Aye.
Schultz,
aye.
Thomas.
Aye.
All right, that carries 4 with 1 abstention. 10D recreational vehicle ordinance update.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in 2020, council directed staff to review and update the recreational vehicle ordinances. We did that using really looking at what our current ordinances were with the snowmobiles and off-road vehicles. Found that there was a lot of updating needed just to get consistent with current statutes and also incorporate some of the feedback that was given by council members. So we took a swing at a draft, and that's what's before you in the packet. There's quite a bit that's going into this, so I'm trying to put together a presentation to really outline what's different from operationally for our community members, and that's really kind of what I'm focusing on. So as we, what would change from yesterday as if we adopted it in its draft format today, what it would look like. It seems a little more complex, but in reality, we're actually bringing things in line, making them a little more consistent with each other. And so as we go through these slides, I would ask that if you have technical or clarifying questions on what you see in front of you as it relates to language, stop me and I'll try and explain. If it relates to policy, it's probably better waiting till the end, because as you'll find when we go through it, there's a lot of interrelated items that you'll understand why something is written as it is when you see how it applies later in the ordinance. So I think, if we can kind of do the combination, obviously technical or clarification during and then policy after, I'm happy to kind of dig into the weeds with it and take your feedback on it. So this draft ordinance in front of you will replace existing chapter 72 and 73 with a new chapter 72. Next slide, please. Starting out with the definitions, and again, I focused on what changed. Now that we have a recreational vehicle ordinance, what are we including? Recreational vehicle, as it's used in the new ordinance, means all-terrain vehicles, utility task vehicles, golf carts, snowmobiles, off-highway motorcycles, mini bikes, go-karts, and other motorized vehicles that seem to fit that definition. And what we found is the old language, most of you remember, is that there was ATVs and there were snowmobiles. Now we have side-by-sides, utility vehicles, and there's certain accommodations in state law that just weren't referenced in our city code. So what we're doing is trying to bring everything up to date. Also, we previously in our code referred to motorized dirt bikes. The state language that's used more frequently and more consistently has general well-adopted meanings would be off-highway motorcycles and mini bikes, and those are often treated differently. Next slide, please. The other definition that's changed is go-kart. So in the current ordinance, go-kart just said a motorized miniature vehicle and address it's basically what it's capable of. We focus more on what is the vehicle itself. Really fairly insignificant, but if you're a go-kart rider, it might matter to you. So the other addition would be is that we now include and spell out what the guidance for operation on golf carts within the city. That was previously silent, and it wasn't clear to our residents what can you and can you not do with a golf cart. So we are now addressing that. We also now contemplate semi-public property. Previously, we addressed public and private property, and the law in most instances kind of addresses semi-public property as, for instance, an institution or business's parking lot is publicly accessible for public access, but it's technically private property, but for public use. So we call that out and then reference that through the code. We just get a little bit more specific and consistent with other legal applications of that type of use. Next slide, please. We spent a little time updating the established riding areas definition, and we did that for a reason. Established riding area previously referred to in the old code was only addressed in the motorized bike, go-kart, or ATV ordinance. And that my understanding is that historically there were problems with dirt bikes in the community, and there was a lot of legislation that came out specific to the problems at the time. And for that reason, it was written with that in mind. Now, as we're looking at applying a overarching ordinance pertaining to all recreational vehicles, established riding area does in a lot of cases apply to snowmobiles. It does can apply to golf carts. It can apply to everything. So since we're applying it to more, what we did is kind of drill down the definition of it. So if we're going to use it more broadly, we need to put the burden of, on government, if we're approving an established riding area, to be a little bit more specific than our current ordinance says, which is just a trail or an area on a lot used by it. Now, established riding area requires where you can show on the surface of a lot has been altered due to or in contemplation of repetitive operation of recreational vehicles over the same. So what we're looking at and what was contemplated there was really, if a person is taking, someone for a ride on an ATV around a property, they don't have an established riding area. But if you're doing it repeatedly to the point where you're changing the surface, that you're either, changing it because of the repetitive options, or you're banking a surface to create a track or roadway, now we're meeting the established riding area. And we get into that later, and that's, what we've determined starts getting to the point where you start impacting neighbors and surrounding properties. So next slide, please. Another one to call out is the current ordinance prohibits operation on sidewalks and trails. The new language in the draft ordinance also prohibits operating adjacent to sidewalks and trails unless it's a designated trail. So, what you're trying to avoid is a person snowshoeing or skiing and a snowmobile, traveling at a high rate of speed past them, or places where maybe it's not, the terrain isn't set up to accommodate that. There's also a line in there which was kind of a best practice that was found in some of the other ordinances, which prohibits recreational vehicles within city parking ramps. Clearly, we don't have that, and don't know if it'll apply, but there's no need to open an ordinance later if it does become applicable in the city. This draft language also adds additional stipulations that recreational vehicles may not operate with a greater number of passengers than the vehicle is designed to carry. And due to some complaints we've had regarding usage, it also spells out that use of recreational vehicles on any single property shall not exceed 4 hours in a 24-hour period, exempting ATVs and UTVs that are engaged in property maintenance from that restriction. And that kind of, again, goes back to the argument of what's the right balance. And this might be a policy topic for you as council members, but when we're as police officers out there enforcing this code, our frequent complaint is, I moved out here for peace and quiet, not to listen to engines and motors all day next to me. And the neighbor is saying, I moved out here to ride my dirt bike and ATV. And that's why I don't live in the city. So it's really finding that appropriate balance. And that was kind of a best guess at the policy part that we can certainly come back to. Next slide, please. This one, again, it was kind of a condensation and clarification. So this was initially, again, this goes back to the established riding area and where and how it can occur. Again, the established riding area used to only apply to motorized dirt bikes. So our previous requirement in our current ordinance says that the operation of a dirt bike, this is in general, on a lot or parcel of less than 2 acres requires written consent from the property owners on all occupied residences within a 250-foot radius of the property line. And that gets to previously disruptive nature of dirt bikes that people were experiencing in the community. Additionally, if there was an established riding area for a motorized dirt bike that was located, they couldn't be located any closer than 250 feet radius of any building occupied by humans or livestock unless written permission is granted by all the landowners within a 250-foot radius. So again, they mentioned that 250-foot radius a couple of times. They also mentioned the impact to neighbors and property owners and the established riding area. So the new language to address that applies to all recreational vehicles on an established riding area on a lot or parcel of less than 2 acres in size, requires written consent from the property owners and occupied residences within 250 feet of the property line. Excuse me. The new ordinance adds exceptions for allowing loading and unloading of snowmobiles in parking lots and on designated trails and restricted areas. That allowance was not in there previously. It also restricts operation of snowmobiles off of the operator's property from April 1st to October 31st, unless there's written permission. On November 1st to March 31st, it says that snowmobiles may not be operated off the operator's property or the property of another in which they've been given specific written permission to operate the snowmobile, unless there's at least 6 inches of snow cover on the ground. So if there's 6 inches of snow cover and you're riding on the right of ways and trails, you're fine. If there's less than 6 inches, you need to have written permission, and that's generally due to damage that can result, or softer ground that's, often occurs in earlier, late in the year.
Matt,
yes.
Can I ask a clarification on that?
Mm-hmm.
I thought Minnesota statute was snowmobile trails didn't open until December 1st, or if there was a certain fall cover after that point. So why would we do November 1st?
I'm guessing it's a little bit less restrictive if there's, in the county road right of ways or some of the other areas that can be ridden aside from the trails, would be my guess, but it's certainly not a requirement. If that would be a preferred guidance, that's something to consider.
You might want to just look, we might just want to look at state statute on that. I could be totally wrong, but I thought it was December 1st to March 31st.
For being able to operate off of the owner's property or operate on a trail.
Well, you can't, I don't think you can operate on a trail until December 1st. I don't know about ditches and road right of ways.
Right. And that's kind of what this, yeah. So I think that's one of the things to consider. Yeah, absolutely. This is a little more overarching than the trails, but it's probably some point of clarification to look at.
Thank you.
Where we're at currently with hours, currently snowmobiles are prohibited between 1 a.m. and 7 a.m. Unless you're on a trail or county right of way, or if you're traveling directly to and from a trail in the most direct route. Also, dirt bikes are currently prohibited from 7 p.m. until 9 a.m. during weekdays, and on weekends are prohibited from 7 p.m. until 10 a.m. So in the proposed ordinance, inside the MUSA, we looked at trying to get a little bit more consistent. You'll see that the prohibition is 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. for snowmobiles and off-road vehicles, and on weekdays, and then 10 p.m. to 9 a.m. on weekends. That was really to try and get it similar for snowmobiles and off-road vehicles. Outside the MUSA, the regulation would still be the previous 1 a.m. to 7 a.m. It still allows, still allowed on trails, county right of way, or direct travel to and from the trails. And again, the off-road vehicles would have and UTVs would have the agricultural or property maintenance exemptions that were outlined previously. And I think the different standard between the MUSA and outside the MUSA really relates to density and, the community disruption that can occur from the vehicles, operating, especially between that 10 p.m. and 1 a.m. period in a residential neighborhood. If they're not directly heading somewhere, they can be somewhat disruptive to neighborhoods, which might be less so in the more less densely populated areas. The next one is, the current ordinance really looks at operational restrictions in several different places, and operators are prohibited from operating on public and semi-public land. So it's already in there, but what this does is the new ordinance kind of condenses and brings it all together. So it's similar language for all of the recreational vehicles. So again, this applies across the board, but for recreational vehicles, it tells you where they can be operated. Again, on the owner's property or with written permission. One of the other things that this ordinance calls out is looking for the written permission if you're on another person's property. And there's, there might be vagueness as to whether or not you're allowed there. We get we'll get that all the time, where we'll stop a person who's engaging in conduct that's rather questionable or unsafe, and they'll say, yeah, we can be here, there's no problem. But the landowner isn't there to verify whether or not that's the case. So the written permission is a caveat or a change in the new ordinance. However, there's also, it eases the restrictions in B and C, where it says that, there's no permission needed if the property owners post that ATVs or UTVs or recreational vehicles in general are allowed, what kinds of items they'll allow. So it can, in essence, it's more lenient and more restrictive at the same time. So if you're traveling on a private unposted property, that's not your own, that you would need written permission. However, those owners may post publicly that people can travel there without needing written permission. And then the biggest change with this proposed ordinance, and this was based on council feedback, is D, giving golf carts, ATVs, and utility task vehicles, which have been issued and maintain a valid on-road permit, can be operated on all city roadways pursuant to state law. This ordinance in the terms of a valid permit. So what we're doing is creating an allowance for those types of vehicles to be operated on city roadways, on public roadways, if they're meeting the criteria that are following here. Next slide, please. So what would permits look like? A permit application would have, some specific information relating to the applicant name, address, phone number, registered owner, what vehicle they're operating, proof of ownership, proof of liability insurance, the DNR registration information, and then they would pay according to the appropriate city fees according to the fee schedule. Next slide, please. Any of the on-road permit applicants must be residents of the city, and applicants can only register vehicles that are owned by the applicant or a member of the applicant's household. The permits can be denied for failure to either provide the correct information or for frequent violations. And we talk about that a little bit later, but it does provide if there's, some review, if there's a disagreement in that denial, they can appeal in writing to the city administrator within 14 days. And then if they're denied for a period of 6 months. If a granted on-road permit, the permits will be valid for a period of not exceeding 3 years. And our plan is really to only have to update the city permits every 3 years. So it might be the first year you get a 3-year permit that's, $75. The second year, they could only buy the same color permit, but they would only have to pay for 2 years. And then the next year they'd buy a 1-year permit. But our city would operate in a 3-year permit length cycle. If a person came in to get it, they would get a prorated permit for the length of however long those permits were good for. And then it goes into where they must be attached to the vehicle. Again, the scooters, mopeds, dirt bikes, go-karts, mini bikes are not eligible for on-road permits, and there's far too many traffic violations that just become inherent with trying to operate those on a roadway in a safe way. And then G talks about permits being able to be revoked after due investigation by the police department and a final determination by myself or designee. Those revocations can be appealed to the council by, making an appeal in writing. And then, that basically if a permit is revoked, there's no refunds being given on it.
I'm sorry, Matt, may I ask a question, please?
Sure.
Is there a reason that requires us to allow appeal to the council? Or is this just a judgment call that we're exercising in the draft?
Generally, that's there should be some element of, I guess, oversight. And, generally it's, your options are in city government that, things can be appealed to the council. Since it's not something like this would be a civil permit, it's not necessarily appropriate to appeal it to the courts. So there has to be some appeal process in place.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Next slide, please. So the golf carts, ATVs, and UTVs can be operated on all city roadways with a valid on-road permit as allowed by the statute ordinance in terms of the permit. However, they cannot be operated on county or state highways. So it's generally restricted, and it's a little bit outside of our authority to grant it because it is explicitly a lot of those are explicitly prohibited in state law or through county ordinance. I mean, what's really in our purview to control is our city and local roadways. Additionally, based on the traffic volumes that we see on the county and state highways, I couldn't in good conscience recommend doing that. It just creates far too many hazards. The permitted vehicles really have to follow, the following rules. And what we've outlined, kind of looking at if we're going to look at allowing these on the roadways, what are the safe boundaries to work within starting out? The first one is, that anybody operating it must be 18 years of age or older. If they're operating the vehicle on the roadway, they must have a valid driver's license or a driver's license with reciprocity in Minnesota. And every person operating those vehicles have to abide by all speed limits and all the applicable traffic signs and traffic laws that would be applicable to other vehicular traffic. Next one, yep. Every person operating them basically must comply with chapters 169 and 84. That's really the 169 is the traffic, and then 84 is your DNR regulations. The owners must possess and provide proof of insurance. The vehicles operating on the roadway after sunset, before sunrise, or in inclement weather must display an illuminated headlight, an illuminated taillight, and working brake light. And if golf carts are operating on the roadway, they'll be required to have an operable horn and prominently displayed slow-moving vehicle emblem. Next slide, please. The penalties were updated again to get a little bit more consistent. And also because we're potentially expanding the use of recreational vehicles in the community, trying to have something that's a little more, I guess, trying to see what the council believes is fair for the residents. So currently, any violation of the snowmobile ordinance is a fine up to $700 or 90 days in jail. And violations of the off-road vehicles is a fine up to $1,000 or 90 days in jail. What's in the proposed draft language would be that a first violation would be a petty misdemeanor with a fine up to $300. And any second or subsequent violations for repeat offenders within 2 years would be a fine up to $1,000 and or 90 days in jail. A lot of the details of those are worked out in court, and generally comes out to be what the judges decide on that day. So, and I'm happy to kind of talk through any of the items on any of the slides and take any feedback from the council on, what direction you'd have for changes in this.
Sounds good. Thank you, Matt. There's a lot in there. Does John, I guess I'd want to start with you. I know you put a lot of work into this as well. And if there's anything you wanted to highlight or any questions maybe you have or points you wanted to bring up.
I thank you very much. Matt and I worked a lot on this. I looked at 15 different ordinances for different towns, and either you disallow something or you allow something, regulate it and tax it. And I feel like we get both ends of it here, where it's okay so long as you do this, but so many of our ATV ordinance are old and not well laid out. Now we have specific language in which to take care of violators and repeat violators. So yeah, I helped write it, so I'm biased, but there was a lot of time and effort. We actually reviewed this as a council a long time ago, and it went 5-0 to work on it, which we did. So it's kind of a carryover from the last council.
Gotcha. Just thinking of a couple things. There's the issue that Alan brought up that I think is good direction for Matt to look into on that November 1st versus December 1st thing. Is there anything else that sticks out to anyone that you'd like to look into more or tweak, or all good with everything that has just been laid out there? A couple things that come to mind would be one thing that comes to mind, I guess, is the penalty. That's just something that sticks out as, do we think that's appropriate? Or would you rather see that tweaked, or anything else in there? I'll open it up to anyone.
Tom?
Yeah. Go right ahead.
Okay, maybe this is to, just for my understanding, I think my question would be more around enforcement. Like some things like, I think one of the things I saw was more than 4 hours, right? In a 24-hour period on an established path. How are we going to know? How are we going to measure that, right? Versus he said, she said. Or am I reading that wrong?
No, you're spot on. We had those conversations at length as well. Generally, when we're getting those complaints, it's not a one-off. It's generally this has been happening every weekend, and it's a quality of life issue. So where we landed at is we're open to ideas if there's other ways that you guys can think to address it. But it does become taxing on city resources if we have somebody who says this is a problem, people are riding more than 4 hours, that we would either need to have either proof or documentation from that homeowner in some way, shape, or form, or we would have to invest the resources of a CSO or a city official to try and observe it in some way if we have them available when it's happening. So there's not an easy way to get there. It was just really trying to address a repeated quality of life concern that we've had in a measurable way.
Yeah, I know. I was just thinking, like, if John doesn't like his neighbor and he starts doing the 3-hour 59-minute loops, right? And you get a call in every day, and it's just so anytime you write something like this, you want to be able to enforce it without being getting out there and having somebody park there. I mean, it goes back to me seeing a couple of reserve officers sitting out in Ravinia just looking at speed bumps and how many people are driving through fast without the stop signs. It just becomes too taxing at that level of enforcement, which is why I brought that up.
I think so. Manoj, I don't know, Matt, or Mr. Mayor, can I speak to that?
Of course, go ahead.
We have the same issue with all noise violations. How do we, part of this is trying to get some structure around the issue, which we don't currently have. So there will be structure, but even I get recordings. People send me their cell phone video. Oh, you can see it's 10 a.m. and then they send cell phone video. It's now 3 p.m. and people are doing the same thing. I mean, I'm pretty sure we all have received that kind of stuff, but it's like the same as other noise violations where it's along the same process where people will find a way to video and monitor it without having a cop sit in their driveway for 4 hours watching somebody dirt bike around, I guess is how I think most of these will end up. But
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with, if somebody asks the time and, to kind of, if it really annoys them that much with their neighbors and they call in with evidence, that's fine, as the burden of proof is on them. But I would be really worried about during winter when, especially with snowmobiles and stuff like that. It's that's the reason I called out, and especially since I know there's fines for violations and it becomes a he said, she said, and
yeah,
that mess. But
I don't know I think you're a novice. The thing that really gets people, and is altered mufflers, and that's addressed in here too. The loud snowmobiles and the loud ATVs, 95% of them have non-factory mufflers. So I'm a snowmobiler, and I have regular mufflers on all my snowmobiles. I have 4 cycle motors on all my dirt bikes and 4-wheelers. Like, they're not loud. The ones that really irritate people are add-ons. And so that's addressed in here too. It's not perfect, but like we're trying to get, to hone in on really what are bothering people. Somebody driving a golf cart down Trailhaven isn't irritating, but somebody with a non-factory muffler whipping cruddies at the end of my driveway, which happens, is a little more irritating, especially if it's at 12, and we're trying to rein that in.
Okay.
And our goal is really, I mean, most of our residents, are law abiding, and if they're given the outline of what they can and can't do, you might have the 3 hour and 59 minute, but if we don't create the structure, we don't give any guidelines as to what we're trying to see. So I think to that point, it's good. And, you touched on another point, John, that, it adds a lot of allowances, and how this plays out in our community specifically will have to be monitored, and we'll have to see what it means for us. I've seen this in other communities where it's very successful, but every community is different. We don't have the roadways or infrastructure that allow it that other ones might. We might have people that are obviously going to press the boundaries. Your ability to traverse the city are pretty limited when you can't travel on state and county roads with them. But I believe, with this ordinance, you might still have people trying to do that. So it's something we're going to have to pay attention to, and it can be there's going to be a learning curve to it, and the right way to do it in our community is going to be a journey. But I also think that it's, we don't know what the implications will be till we try it. And I think that if that's the council's goal and will to try and go that direction, I think there's things that we can try and do it more safely. And if we need to tweak it down the road to be either more conservative or more liberal, that's certainly an option. And we're always going to try and get people to exercise caution. That standard is currently in place today, and that will be in the future too. But if there are responsible owners that we can grant these allowances to, there's probably safe ways to do it. And I think that's the line that we're trying to balance.
I'm Matt, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead.
So we don't govern county or state roads. Do people still have the ability to cross county and state roads at a 90-degree angle to get to the other side of County Road 30 if they're traveling?
Yes.
Down. Okay.
Yeah, it'd be the applicable, as you read in your ATV handbooks and snowmobile books, that those same rules would apply.
Okay.
Yep.
So similar then, in a golf cart requiring an operational horn, is a handheld horn allowable? I mean, I don't need a horn on my boat as long as I have a handheld horn to indicate. So is that something that's permissible?
Yeah, I don't think there's a requirement for installation. It just says an operable horn.
Okay.
So I would say that would be my interpretation of it.
Okay. And then signs allowing for ATV and snowmobile use on semi-private locations. So bars that have snowmobile trails coming into their facility would have to post that then?
They could post that, yes. And that would be, it's more related to private property. The semi-private or semi-public ones are, if you're talking about a public parking lot, that generally has access unless it falls within the restricted areas, which a lot of our businesses do. But as you mentioned, if you have a snowmobile trail going to the business, now you have the allowance. But they're certainly welcome to do that. And I think it lends a lot of clarification as to what they welcome on their property, and it leaves, gets rid of any gray area.
Okay, we'll need a sign at City Hall so I can ride my snowmobile to meetings again. And when we talk about fee structure, like state law has different classifications of fees for ATVs and side by sides and whatnot, and I think they allow discounts for vintage snowmobiles and ATVs. Would we consider anything like that?
Our fees are really going to be based on, as there's different classifications of motor vehicles. The same way, if you're, the value of a car might play into your license tabs, and you're still going to need to register your ATV with the DNR, and so any discounts that you receive would happen depending on what you qualify for there. Our fees at the city level are really based on what work do we have into it. We're not going to charge to make money. It's going to be based on what kind of time do we have into meeting the background check requirements, covering the cost of the stickers and the administration, and there's not really any markup. And I would say that doesn't change regardless of age or type of vehicle. So whether you're talking about a golf cart or an ATV, I would envision that fee being pretty much the same across all vehicles, and really based on what's it cost us to do this. It's not at all intended to make money. It's simply intended to not cost us money at the city operational level.
Let me ask you an example. If I'm an elderly gentleman and I drive my ATV from my house to my mailbox, if I choose not to get a permit, I have to stop my ATV on my side of the street and I can't ride it across the street to my mailbox to get my mail.
Well, you can ride it across the street today and that wouldn't change.
Okay.
You know, you can still cross roadways with your ATVs. That's still legal and that doesn't change. So this doesn't take away any of today's permissions. What
Okay.
it does tell you is that you can now, if you're that gentleman and you have the city permit, you can take a left on that roadway and drive down to
The neighbors or
to the
something.
neighbor's house right on the roadway if you have the right equipment and the
Oh.
right permit.
Okay. All right. Thank you for those explanations.
Makes sense. Is there anything else? Any other questions or points that want to be brought up? Otherwise, do we have any specific direction we need to give Matt other than the couple things that Alan has brought up to look into as we go forward with it? I'm very much in favor of this. I think it's a good update.
Yeah, I agree. My only recommendation would be maybe and officers do this quite well, but use discretion in what a first violation is versus an educational opportunity to someone that's new to the ordinance.
Yep, absolutely. And that's kind of one of the reasons why we actually dialed back the first violation as well, is that there's going to be a learning curve for all of us. And we're not, our officers aren't looking for opportunities to get tickets. Generally, you earn your ticket if you've gotten it. And I think that's the way it should be. I would like a little bit of clarification. Would you advocate that our ordinance reflect December 1st to March 31st, just overall to match the state trail guidelines for that point that you brought up? Or would you want to leave it more lenient with the November 1st to March 31st for the entire city and let the state dictate the December 1st trails date, as you mentioned?
I personally would rather have you follow state guidelines on that, because trying to get permission from landowners to have access to trails across private property is a daunting task. And anything we can do to make sure that we're following those same guidelines would probably help in that task in the future.
Sure. Yeah. And I think I think that simplifies it pretty easily. I think the vision was really, if it's a designated trail, that would be authorized anyway. But I think that December 1st, as you mentioned, probably clarifies things. So
yeah, just double check that date, because I don't want to throw something out there that isn't correct.
Sure.
Thank you.
I would agree. I think it makes sense to align the dates so we don't confuse people and have people getting violations they don't need to because they don't understand which rule applies where.
Sure. So the question there, Alan, I guess doubling back on it, Alan, is when we look at it, it says from that section. Let me pull it up so it's in front of you if we can. Can you pull up? It would be slide number 33, please. Ah, 34, there we go. So right now it regulates from April 1st to October 31st. There is a blanket prohibition from operating off of the operator's property, that you can't leave your property unless you have a specific written permission from the other person whose property you're operating on. The flip side to that coin is during the rest of the year from November 1st to March 31st, you can't operate off of that property unless there's 6 inches, which then grants the allowance. So if we move that November 1st date to a December 1st, that would mean that the October 31st would have to move to November 30th as well, so that we're covering the entire part of the year. Otherwise we have a month that's unaddressed.
I mean, the only thing I can see a person doing is riding down the ditch at that point, right?
Right, and that's what this would, yes. All of these, you have to have you can't, basically this says you can't leave your property unless you have a note. So I can't, grass drag, during the summer off of my property on someone else's without a note from them. But as you start getting 6 inches of snow, it kind of lifts that restriction. So yeah, I think you're reading it correctly. And I think we could adjust those months. I just want to make sure that knowing that if we move that second date to December 1st, that the October 31st would move to November 30th.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I don't see the large impact on people in that regard.
Yep. Sounds good. I'll take a look and make sure that we get that as close to the state, close to the state dates as possible. And that will be whatever the state guidance is what will be reflected in the ordinance that's brought forward, if that's what the council would like to see.
Works for me. Anyone else? All good. Okay. Matt, you have everything you need then?
I do, yes. So it's
Perfect.
just, we'll get this ready and the next, we'll make that minor, I guess, verification or change. And then the next steps will be, we'll actually move forward with the posting and adoption. I'll work with Jessica and the rest of the staff to get it ready for adoption in the right process.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will go on to 10E, which is the employee handbook update. Jessica.
Thank you, Mayor. Before you today, we have an employee handbook update. We last did an update in 2017. We're recommending some minor revisions to the handbook to bring it in line with current practice. A few of the revisions really outline an addition of employment of relatives, making sure that we outline what that looks like. Additional language noting with the pandemic, we've had some remote working, and so outlining that can be allowed with approval, including some language related to health and safety plans, also related to the pandemic, and then outlining some expectations of reporting employees when people are out on extended leave, making sure that they check in with staff. Otherwise, there are a few minor tweaks to changes that really happened previously when that noted the director of public safety in several places before there was a organizational change in 2014. So that's really the outline of the handbook, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have about any specific items. We'd be looking at doing a more comprehensive policy discussion, potentially related to our overall compensation or other things as we're looking to move forward with things. But we'd like to really dig into some policy things, but this just gave us an opportunity to make some minor updates and be in line with some of the changes that have happened related to the pandemic.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. That makes sense. Seems like some good kind of housekeeping and some incremental updates that are needed, and some that just, as you mentioned, came up with the pandemic, and a lot of these little policies are having to be tweaked. So that makes sense. Any questions from council on any of the specific things that Jessica pointed out with the handbook?
I applaud the flexibility that we're extending to employees. I think in addition to what we talked about in the work session prior, that could be another differentiating factor for some people, depending upon the role, to have that kind of flexibility. So I think it positions us well as we're trying to recruit talent as we grow. And I appreciate that foresight.
Thank you. And we will look forward to bringing a formalized plan and policy related to work at home, but this allowed us to recognize that we're currently doing that while recognizing that we want approval to have that. So we'll be formalizing that process a bit more as we transition out of the pandemic times.
Very good.
Thank you.
Makes sense.
May I ask a question, Mayor?
Yeah, of course.
The question related to an item in here that's not part of the change, but on page 25, Wings Credit Union is, as a city employee, an employee is eligible to become a member of an employee's area Wings Credit Union. Is there a connection financially to the city that we would advocate a specific financial institution in our city handbook?
That is a great question. I believe this has been in here since before I got here. And I believe Wings Credit Union used to be the city county. There used to be some sort of tie. It's certainly something that we certainly could remove. I don't know how it got in the handbook to begin with, but that would certainly be something we could remove.
Yeah, that would be my suggestion, is that we remove that since it names the specific financial institution.
Perfect. We can add that to the adjustment.
Thank you.
Makes sense. There should be a relatively straightforward change there. And good, impressive catch there, Alan. I did not see that.
Well, I was looking for spelling mistakes, but I'm paging through it pretty fast. And
anyone else? If not, then I will go ahead and entertain a motion to adopt the revised Corcoran Employee Handbook effective May 14th, 2021.
with changes as noted.
Yes, as amended with Alan's Wings Credit Union.
Second.
Any further discussion?
I will discuss that on September 17th, there was an article that Wings took over the city county federal credit union. So that likely is the story here and why it.
Gotcha.
And Mayor Matt had just noted there he has one change related to media releases. He wants to be a person who can do that related to media releases. So if that's amenable to council, I'd ensure that Matt can do media releases related to the police department.
Gotcha.
I'll amend my
Thank you.
motion for that.
And who was the second on that?
I think it was.
I believe it was Nichols.
Do what?
I agree.
Okay. Perfect.
Thank you all.
Alrighty, then roll call vote. McKee, aye. Bottoма.
Aye.
Nichols.
Aye.
Schultz.
Aye.
Thomas.
Aye.
That carries. 10F, Charter Commission application. Brad.
Mayor and Council, hopefully just a quick one here, but we did receive another Charter Commission application after recently appointing additional 7 members to the Charter Commission, which are still working through the process. And really just wanted to check in with the council before bringing it before you, whether we should just put a pause on applications until the Charter Commission is able to meet and discuss membership and go from there, or if you wanted me just to keep bringing these through the process. My gut would be to just put a hold on this. Let's get the 7 vetted by the judge, potentially hold a Charter Commission meeting, get some feedback from the charter, whether they want more than 12 members or so, and go from there. But if you want me to bring it to you for consideration, I'm happy to do so.
Just a quick question on when you're saying put a pause on it. I'm putting a pause on, I guess, bringing it to council. People could still fill out an application and submit it, couldn't they? And then we'd have it on file.
Correct. We want all the applications we can get. They just would put a pause on bringing them before you for consideration.
Gotcha. Go ahead.
Yeah. So Brad, one question regarding that. When you get applications and if they've not selected all the opportunities in the city, right? And if it's just one body versus the other, at that time, do we reach out to them to see if there are if they've not pick a second or third option rather, right? Some applications, give you a second and third options, but if they don't, do we kind of go back and call them up and see if they're interested in the other bodies?
Yeah, usually it's Jessica. Jessica will have those conversations when she gets the applications typically.
Brad, can you clarify the 5 active members? Is that after resignation of Councilmember Thomas?
Correct.
Okay, so we'll be at an even number if all 7. Okay.
Correct.
Sorry. I mean, if we go about one of the changes that I had proposed, and I think that's something that would come back to council on avoiding dual roles in the city by ordinance or by rule. So if that's the case, then we might end up being an odd number on the charter again, depending on what one charter commission member wants to do, which position they want to retain, because they're on the trails and the charter. So I think there are enough. My preference at this point in time, at least my gut would be let the ones that go through the process be. I mean, I don't know the process, like the judge is going to take all 7, is going to kick out 2, ask for more, just let that process go through, and then we take a call on the future applications, and maybe we go back to an odd number depending on how things kind of churn out.
Yeah, my comment back when the 7 were appointed, I didn't really want to see a charter commission that large, so I wouldn't be voting for pushing anyone more forward at this point. I'd rather take applications and deal with them like we suggest, to either put them in a pile for future or suggest they look to other opportunities.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I mean, like I said, people could still fill out their applications, send them to the city if so interested, and if there was a time or if or when the time comes that we want to pick it up again, we can just do so at that point. So I'd say for now we hold off. But if
Yeah,
anyone's interested, please feel free to fill out an application, because it's always good to have on file, and when that opportunity comes up, we'd love to have as many people that are interested as possible to choose from. So
yeah, and the charter commission may move forward with a number less than what we have, and we'll get back to it through attrition.
gotcha. Okay, does that work for everyone? Oh, Manoj, I think you're muted.
Just a request to Brad, like as you get applications in, it'll be nice for us to know that you got an application. You don't have to like bring it back to the council for consideration. It could have been an offline update too, but just to know that we are getting applications for different bodies, to know that the city is engaged would be encouraging. So I would be interested to just know versus consider to put them on the council, on the commissions.
Yeah, or even if it's just we suddenly got 10 applications for something, just some sort of update, if that is doable.
Yeah, we'll do our best. We don't necessarily, I'll work with Jessica to get those updates, I guess. I don't think.
And it doesn't need to be like
I mean, not based on an SLA or anything like that, right? But it could be once in a month, it could be once in a quarter, saying, hey, we have like 10 applications. If we chose to do, if there's some citizens body who want to stand up, hey, there are like 5 people that had applied for different firms, and that's an option, right? So just to keep updated.
Yep.
It might be worth looking at it as, we have interest, so we have a pool to pick from if we need to in the future. Or, hey, we don't have a pool, maybe we should consider advertising for such a thing in the future.
Yep, makes sense. Okay, Brad, does that work for you? You just need a direction on that, right?
Yep, that's perfect. Thank you.
Perfect. Then 10G, recycling contract RFP.
Excellent. Thank you, Mayor and Council. The city of, there are 2 things I'd like to discuss tonight related to recycling and some organics requirements that are coming online from the county. First is our recycling services contract will be up with Randy's at the end of the year. We've been with Randy since 2012. We did go out for RFP in 2015. In 2018, we extended the current contract to the end of 2021. And so I'd ask that we either consider renewing with Randy's or go out for RFPs. We've received few complaints from folks, and the current costs seem to be in line with other communities. So we certainly could look at either going out and doing something larger, or we could negotiate directly with Randy's and speak with other cities to see where their rates are coming in. So that's one thing I'd like to discuss and get some feedback on. And the other is related to Hennepin County's requirement that we provide organics recycling as part of residential services. This does not mean that people have to partake in it. It means that we have to be able to offer residents of the city organics recycling as an option that they can have to purchase. So there are a few options for doing that. We are under 10,000, so we could do that by having an organics drop off, or
you're missing an option, Jessica.
Yes.
Another option would be to go tell Hennepin County to pound sand on their unfunded mandate too. So we could just elect not to do it. And if they have a mandate for the city, they could pay for it themselves. That's an option, which I would suggest we do.
Noted.
Yes. So other options would include requiring our current recycling contractor to provide organics. The only challenge with that is that organics is generally taken with garbage rather than part of a recycling program. So that might make it a little bit challenging. Move to a single hauler for garbage and require that they offer organics or recycling. That could be challenging. There's been it's been very controversial. We could see some cost savings for folks, but that's very controversial. There's a Supreme Court decision with Bloomington and other cities. So that's something we certainly could look at. But another option would be licensing garbage haulers and requiring each of those haulers to provide organics recycling. This would meet our requirements through that, and then also provide us some opportunities to limit garbage service to the same day. Speaking with the Public Works Department, it would really help maintain the roads during plowing, so people aren't putting out their trash cans all throughout the winter. And it'd just be one day. So when they're coming up to clean up the roads, and it'd make it a little bit easier, similar with summer months if they're out doing maintenance on roads. So with that, I'd just like to get some feedback from council on how you'd like to move forward with our recycling contract, as well as get some feedback on if you're comfortable with us moving towards a licensing program for haulers to meet those requirements.
Gotcha. Thank you. So absent John's first choice, which fair enough. Just initially, my thoughts are that the third option seems to make the most sense to me. But I'd like to hear from council on their thoughts of those three, and just those three options.
Mr. Mayor?
Mhm.
So the existing recycling contractor, Randy's, on the garbage side does have an organic recycling program where they have a special bag that they give to residents. And that bag is like green, I think, and it goes in your regular garbage can. I would prefer to keep as little regulation in the garbage market as we feasibly can. So I would be very open to seeing if they're willing to do it within the context of recycling using the same system that they are applying for garbage. Now, given where the trucks go, I don't know if that really works. But if we know that it's feasible, I would rather not limit resident choices on trash hauling.
And by licensing, we wouldn't necessarily have to limit. We would just require that they pick a day to do hauling, as well as ensure that they have insurance and things like that. It would be, if we were to go that route, it would be, those would be the kind of requirements, not necessarily limiting. We could certainly limit the number of haulers if the council would like to, but this would just require folks to do one particular day and make sure that they're licensed and with the city.
Gotcha. So if we did go with three, that the license process and requirements wouldn't be all that extensive. It would be, like you said, the day, the having insurance, which I would assume they already do, hopefully, and minor things like that. It wouldn't be a extensive
That's
process.
what we had. That's
Gotcha.
what we had envisioned.
Gotcha.
At this point, several other cities do license garbage haulers, and with the cities I've worked for, it, like I said, it was generally just the insurance requirement, and then allowing us to limit those days, which we'll appreciate.
And one just quick add there to Mayor and Council, the benefit also with licensing is we require them to have a contact person, phone number, so if people have complaints, we know exactly who they should be contacted, and if they have problems, we can have them not do business in the city anymore because of complaints. So it's really making sure there's regular good companies doing business in town versus fly-by-nights coming into.
Gotcha.
I would make the suggestion we go out with an RFP because Randy's was sold to Republic.
Sure. Yes.
So the quality of service we may have had in the past may not be the same.
Sure.
I know my rates haven't been the same. And I would suggest, I lived in a city where garbage hauling was done on specific days in the area of town that you lived in. So if you lived in a certain quadrant of town, didn't matter who your garbage hauler was, they all came on the same day, which was very nice because you didn't have trucks coming into your neighborhood every day. If you got little kids running up and down the street, it's one less day to worry about. I don't know how that impacts scheduling and costs for customers, but it is definitely a nice perk to have. It limits the amount of traffic. And I would agree with maintenance. It would definitely help on those days when the snow is falling, on the days that garbage isn't in that area. You're definitely going to have cleaner streets than if they have to go around garbage cans constantly. So
Gotcha.
that would be my preference. If we have to do that via licensing, I'm for it.
So that
Has
third
anybody
option.
looked in? Has
Go ahead.
anybody looked into whether how that might impact the companies? You know, it not to say like not to say that they'll pull out of Corcoran, but let's just say we say, well, you got to come in Tuesdays. What if there's no natural route for a garbage company to come into Corcoran on Tuesday? So we restrict competition within our city by determining a day that everybody has to have their garbage picked up or recycling picked up. Could that be a problem? Hypothetically, I'm just asking. I don't know the answer, but
well, hypothetically, it could
we're a little town.
Yeah, I don't know if you'd want to do a citywide. The cities, even the city I lived in, it was a different day based on the different quadrant of the city. That otherwise, one garbage hauler probably can't run a truck through your entire city in one day.
Mayor and Council, we haven't talked about this thoroughly yet, but I would envision some sort of process where we have a draft and a policy, and we can meet with a couple of the haulers and kind of see if they have, opinions. We don't want to set something up where everyone loses their hauler because they can't meet our policy. That is the opposite of what we want to have happen.
Right. Yeah, I think as long as we can find ways to work in that flexibility, that works for me. That option number 3, and figuring out with them what those days would be, or Alan's suggestion of the different quadrants, if that's something we can look into, I'd be in favor of that.
And if you're going to survey haulers, make sure you survey some smaller haulers too, and not just the national haulers.
Makes sense.
Does anyone have thoughts on whether to do an RFP or directly negotiate with Randy's? Besides Alan, I've heard from you. Just want to make sure I have direction on that.
I think if you've got the time to do an RFP, I'm open to it, but I keep getting the message that staff has a lot of stuff going on. So I would say that's a back burner item, personally.
Gotcha.
Do you know when the last time we changed carriers was?
2012 was the last time we changed carriers. So 9 years ago.
I would be for an RFP if it's manageable, but it's not something I'm going to lose sleep over. So if it's manageable, I'll definitely say let's just do an RFP considering the ownership change and just put them on notice, right? Like anytime the city gets involved and it's not an automatic renewal, everybody steps up, and maybe it helps the residents with rates. So that's my preference.
Okay. I would agree that if that's something that's manageable for staff, we take a look at that. So I'll go ahead and entertain a motion, I guess, to seek that RFP and to look into options for licensing garbage haulers.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, can we separate them?
Sure. Well, do we have to vote on that here?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor should vote on it, or the person motioning and second could retract their motion, but the motion is on the table.
I'll leave that up to the person who moved and.
Fair enough. You're right.
Motion.
Yeah.
I'll retract my second.
Yeah, I'll retract my first. Just split it. So I'll move the motion by splitting it.
All right, so the first one would then be a motion to proceed with the RFP.
Yep. That's so moved.
Second.
Any further discussion on that?
I have a question.
Okay.
We've all said that we would like to see it happen, but we want to defer to whether staff has the resources to pursue it, and staff
Sure.
hasn't.
Sure. I think if we look at the 2015 RFP that was done, we haven't changed haulers, but that's the last time we did an RFP. If we utilize that as a starting point, it shouldn't, I think that we might be able to manage it.
Just for the record, I did not say we should RFP.
Okay.
That's what the motion is.
Yes.
You have your.
No, but Jeremy said we all said we should RFP. I did not
gotcha.
say that.
I gotcha.
I think it's an unfunded mandate, as I previously said.
Gotcha. Okay. Anything else? Then we'll go with the vote on just the RFP motion. McKee, aye. Bottoма?
Nay.
Nichols?
I'm going to say nay because it wasn't a ringing yes. We have the bandwidth to do it.
Okay. Schultz?
Aye.
Thomas? I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Perfect.
Really?
And that carries. Then the second part of it would be regarding the licensing of garbage haulers. So I'll entertain a motion for staff to review options for licensing garbage haulers.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion on that part? Okay. Roll call vote. McKee, aye. Bottoma?
Aye.
Nichols?
Aye.
Schultz?
Aye.
Thomas?
Aye.
Alrighty, that carries.
Thank you all.
10H, which is the last of the 10s, embedded social worker, and Matt is going to be presenting on that.
Thank you, Mayor. Since I think the topic of social workers and police is obviously pretty well debated, and it's at a high point right now in society, but it's definitely there's a social service component of a police department, as most of you are aware, and some of that obviously bleeds over beyond and probably outside the scope of a police officer for the types of help our community members need. And oftentimes we see that fall short, especially in Hennepin County, where people kind of get put into the Hennepin County machine that might be seeking something simple help as far as mental health or navigating an adult or child protection network. So we've definitely seen the need over time. However, as a small community, we don't always have the bandwidth or the resources to be able to provide that as a city in the form of a social worker. And several of the communities down Western Hennepin County had the same experience. And it the opportunity came up in discussion in our Lakes area group meetings about the potential for a combined position that would be shared among the agencies. And in exploring Hennepin County's pilot program for embedded social workers and police departments, we found that we think there's a really good opportunity for our community to partner with some of our neighboring cities to bring in an embedded social worker and share that among 7 other communities and Hennepin County to really help our residents and kind of improve some of their quality of life issues that a lot of times result in police being called. And I think the hope is ultimately to make sure that our community members get the help that they need in the way they need it in a timely manner, and B, hopefully in the long run, reduce reliance on police response and public safety response to things that might otherwise fall outside of that purview. So for consideration in front of you tonight is authorization for the police department, and specifically the mayor and administrator, to enter into an agreement with 7 other agencies with Hennepin County to provide an embedded social worker in the police department. Technically it would be a Hennepin County employee. So they're technically who the person we registered under for benefits, technology, those types of things. But they would fully be serving the 7 communities, and Hennepin County's program basically pays for 40% of the cost of the position, plus the technology and the other soft costs that go with it. So it really ends up almost being a 50-50 position. The other 60% that we would be responsible for is split among the 7 agencies, which comes out to be about $8,600. I did put authorization or request authorization up to 12,100, just because when you have 7 cities that are going through 7 different councils, you know, there could be other ideas that come up or other cities that decide to go a different direction. As of this point, it sounds like all of the communities are very supportive and excited for the position. So if I had to guess, I believe our obligation would be right around that $8,600. If one of the cities opted out, we'd be right around $10,000, and then we'd be closer to the 12,000 if for some reason 2 decided not to. The county does ask that we commit to 2 years starting out, because they do actually hire on an employee specifically for the position, and they want to get going sooner than later if we are interested in this, so that we can make sure that we have somebody available near the end of this year, beginning of next year, to split between the agencies. So I'm happy to answer any questions that any of you might have as far as logistics or technicalities as it relates to it.
All right, sounds good. Thank you. Any questions for Matt on that?
Yeah, I have a couple, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
So Matt, this person would be responding to mental health calls, 911 calls, maybe?
No. So there's really 2 types of social workers that you hear, 2 types of social work programs that you hear. There's co-responder models and there's embedded social worker models. So in a co-responder model, those are the ones that you typically hear of, where they go on the calls for service and respond out into the community. The embedded social worker really generally will be getting the information after the fact and following up with the person to make sure that they're getting the services that were identified as a need in the community. The co-responder model is a lot more complex and nuanced to try and manage. And it's also a lot more expensive, and that would also probably not be practical to split with 7 other agencies, because we'll be getting them, you know, in essence. I think what we talked about is they do like to spend time in the police agencies. They would probably office in Corcoran 1 day a week at the police department to make sure that they have that, you know, that connection with the officers and with the department, and can also meet locally with the community members. They will be going out to community members' homes, but it will really be at referral from the officers. If they happen to be there on the day that it happens, great, they'll be a more immediate resource. But the more likely scenario is that the next day that they're, you know, their next day, regardless of where they're working, they can follow up with our community member. But they might schedule meetings in our community on the day that they're here, and also work to connect with our staff and our department on their 1 day that they would office in the community.
Okay, well, thanks for that explanation. Can you tell me how much training we currently have or spend with mental health situations like that? If we don't have a co-responder, how are our officers dealing with those situations?
Sure. So there's actually legal mandates for requiring de-escalation training, critical incident intervention, and it depends on where each officer's at in their training cycle. So I don't have the exact number off the top of my head, but each officer does receive a significant amount of training, both state mandated, but we also go a little bit above and beyond what the mandated minimums are.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else for Matt? Specifically, and just wanted to make sure my understanding of this is correct. So the expected cost with all 7 cities is the 8,600. Worst case, if the 2 backed out, we'd be approving, if we were to approve it at the requested 12,100. That'd be if 2 were to back out. And if 3 were to, then we'd be saying we need to reassess or not going forward with it as that.
Right. It would need to come back to council. And as I said, they're also looking for a 2-year commitment, and I haven't seen how, if they have a cost of living or any kind of escalator in there. So it does grant just a little bit of room for any unforeseen stuff that might come up.
Gotcha.
But at this point of clarification, it's a 2-year contract, but we can cancel with 30 days notice without cause.
That's
so we can back out of it.
That is my understanding. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
That's what it says.
Can we comment on it, or is it only question time?
Yeah, go ahead.
Jeremy was going to do it, so you go ahead, Jeremy.
Sure. Thanks, John. Matt, I wanted to take a minute to acknowledge the recent award that Corcoran received for being the second safest city in Minnesota. And I think that speaks to the quality of the department that you've built and the quality of the officers that you've attracted and retained, and the focus that the department has had on building strong relationships with the residents and the community. And I feel like this is an extension of that same approach that you've had. From a financial perspective, every resident of Corcoran is already paying taxes to the county to provide programs. To the extent that people aren't taking advantage of those programs, that money is kind of us subsidizing other cities within the county. So where we have people who have need that can be met by programs and they can be connected to them with this kind of an officer, I don't know if you call them an officer or not, if they're embedded, but I feel like it's money well spent, both from a fiscal standpoint of getting the benefit for our residents that we're all paying for, as well as continuing to ensure that we have a safe place to live. So I'm fully supportive.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I would also acknowledge that our community members are one of the reasons we're one of the safest communities as well. So we couldn't do without them, but you know, our officers really do. Our job is hopefully to connect everybody and make all the pieces work. So I appreciate that, and also recognize the role our community plays in making sure we're in a safe place to live.
I thought Jeremy was going to critique you for us not being number one.
I know it's a rigged election.
Yeah. Silver medals.
We jumped up 15 spots. That's pretty good.
At one point we were number one, but we won't talk about that. So I strenuously support this. We do a lot of putting out fires. We never, not societal, but the police do a lot of policing and enforcing, but they don't get to the root of the problem oftentimes. And if you pay attention to the police reports here, oftentimes it's the same place, it's the same person. And I feel like there's nothing between enforcement and, or I guess there's nothing underneath enforcement. And I would advocate not sharing an employee with 8 different cities. I would also advocate not working with Hennepin County on it. And the reason for it is I think it'll be, it's basically free, and that's fine. But I've never been impressed with anything Hennepin County does for us. And I don't think it'll lead to the results. I think it will probably dissuade us from using that in the future. But if this means we start something to help get to the root of problems and help connect people with resources and help get people off of the police radar, then I'm for it. So I'd rather take a bigger step than work with a sheriff person with 10 cities. I think this is not to you, Matt. It's Hennepin County does things like that, and it's a joke, but it's a step in the right direction. And I appreciate your efforts on that, Matt. You and I have had many conversations offline about it. I'm so glad we're doing it.
Thanks, John. I appreciate that. And I think you're right. This will also give us an idea of how much we're using it. And I think it would, if our community has a greater need, I think that's something that we need to keep an eye on for the future. And if it has the opportunity to grow or is appropriate for us to lean into it more, this will help us get started, as you said, take that first step.
Yeah.
And Matt, just to add on to that, right, is that our ability to track. So to John's point, we have one person shared between so many cities. And maybe if at the first level we can track, this call could have benefited from that person being on, but they were at a different city that day, right? Because it's 10 cities and you're not even going to get a week, one day in a week, right? So just keep a track of that, because that is definitely a case that at least I on this council would entertain saying, hey, is that worth the investment? Because it's background, my wife is a social worker. That's the career she started on, and I know that they do a ton of good when appropriately used in the right situation, right? They're not a fix for everything, but at least when they are needed, I think it's a great asset to have for the city. So we should look at it appropriately.
Well said. I think it's a good it's a good way to test, kind of like Matt and John touched on, and Manoj, if this is something that is a huge success and is as useful as I think it could be in 2 years, and maybe we look at bringing someone on ourselves, or maybe in a smaller agreement with another city or something like that, where we have more dedicated time, if that's what we find is worth it. So I think this at least gives us a way to get into that and figure that out. Okay, so I guess the only other thing would be, is everyone comfortable with the, what is it, $12,100 limit on what we would be authorizing? Which would be if the up to 2 cities were to back out, we'd still be in on it.
Yes.
Okay, then I will go ahead and entertain a motion to direct staff to enter into a 2-year agreement with Hennepin County for a police department embedded social worker, not to exceed an annual cost of $12,100.
So moved.
Second.
Can I get clarification on that motion?
Sure.
If it's not as if it goes to 13,000, like we're out, right? We would come back to the council
Right.
and ask. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Just
Fair
that
enough.
up to then we're saying yes. If
Yeah.
not, then we'd.
Okay. Fair
right.
enough.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else? Roll call vote. McKee, aye. Bottom.
Aye.
Nichols.
Aye.
Schultz.
Aye.
Thomas.
Aye.
All right. We made it through that. We just have a couple staff reports and then city council schedule. So let's see here. Nothing on financial performance report. Pandemic response update. Matt or Brad?
You make it seem like that's the Baton Death March or something, Tom. That was fun.
I just mean we made it through a lot in the last 4 hours.
We always start strong and then kind of like slides into it.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, we're moving forward. The vaccinations, I think, are still on track. And as we've heard, the new news of today is that the governor is announcing the, I guess, relieving a little bit of the mask mandate. They're still recommending it for certain people who haven't been vaccinated, but what that means for us as a city is looking forward for our employees on what that means and updating our preparedness plan and the expectations. We're still going to offer PPE for employees that either have individual overall concerns or specific concerns that they want to address, and make sure that we're making the appropriate accommodations. We know this doesn't mean the pandemic's over, but I think we're all hoping for these big steps and these signs that we're coming out the other side of it. So I think there's a lot of excitement, and we still want to approach it with a little bit of caution. We're still coordinating with our partner agencies. We're still having our updates with our Lakes area groups in Hennepin County, but we're still trending in the right direction. So I think that's a sign of good news. And Brad and Jess, if you have anything else to add from the city standpoint.
Nope, nothing. Thank you, Matt.
Nope, thanks.
All righty. Then nothing on, other than just general update on the city council schedule. Is there anything you wanted to specifically go over, Brad? Or there's a lot on there, but it's in the packet. I think everyone has a chance to look at it now and plenty of chance to go over it in the time being.
I'll be out the 10th.
Okay, and we'll
Gotcha.
add the item from tonight to be pushed on there again as well. The discussion on conditional use permits will be added as well. And then Councilmember Thomas is asked to bring back the discussion on some of the council items that were brought up forward as well, the term limit discussion type items too. So I'll add that as well.
Sounds good.
Brad, I had one question if I can.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I know this was regarding the pandemic response. I know that the council had authorized you to be, for an emergency situation, take decisions for the safety of for the city and things like that, activate our readiness plan, right? With the restrictions tapering off, do you have what you need to kind of activate something if you suddenly see something kick up, or do you need the council to kind of reattest some of those things that were granted to you to take decisions?
No, and actually, the emergency order of the city council is parallel to the governor's, and so, which is still on for another, I don't know, I forget the date that it gets extended to every time. Matt or Jessica, do you know what that is? Anyway, our order expires once his expires, and we really haven't used hardly any of it. You know, technically, I do have to have a conversation with the stanchion. They got an approval to make some changes that will really expire with the governor's order, and they still are existing right now. And that's it. Otherwise, it's really minute. So if I need anything, I'll come back to you.
Sure.
Sounds good.
Is there a way that we want to look at as a council, since it's fresh? Many people think that Walz held on to his emergency declaration for far too long and disenfranchised the Senate and the House. Do you think we should have an automatic sunset provision in our own town's orders and disassociate from anyone else, whether it be the president or governor, on emergency declarations? Brad's not going to be our city man. This is for 10 years from now or 20 years from now. Brad, you did a good job. So this isn't saying Brad didn't do a good job. I just don't want to ever be hamstrung as a city because a governor decided that he was going to be unilateral in his decisions for over a year.
So sorry, go ahead, Alan.
I was just going to say, I don't think it's a blanket authority. I think we gave him the authority with the start of this pandemic, correct? So we'd have to give somebody authority versus the next national or state emergency.
Yeah,
and to Brad's defense, I haven't seen any golden statues of him yet in the lawns of City Hall.
I'm totally not. Yeah, Brad did a fine job. I'm saying, do we have our city emergency be connected to a governor? Why can't we have a sunset on our own and reappoint the emergency powers?
And we'll roll that into succession from Hennepin County and the.
Well, in Marion County,
fine with that.
we can. So when we brought this to council, gosh, forever ago, it was, we could do it. We could put a term limit to it. We could do whatever we want to sunset. And we just said, for the ease of things, let's just tie it to the governor so we don't have to bring it back and reset it. So, I mean, it's, if the council wants, I can throw it on the consent agenda next meeting to end it. I think that'd be fine too.
Coach likes term limits. He's all over that.
Yeah.
There is an element of the city's ability to react and the flexibility that it grants, and that's why in the emergency times they do that. And when the governor has those executive powers, I would also say that by giving our city administrator a little bit more leeway allows us to either comply or make other decisions, you know, the contrary. I mean, I think in essence, we always work in the best interest of our community members, and as soon as we stop, you guys hopefully should know and make sure that we stay in line there. As Alan said, this was just for the one time, but I think there's probably value in keeping that flexibility, not as an endorsement of what anybody else is doing, but more from making sure that our city has the latitude and flexibility to do what we think is right, and sometimes even in response to the other emergency powers.
I still think Brad cut the power to my house.
Got it to mine too last week, so there you go.
But to that point, John, I think that's something. I mean, unless Walz is going to extend it throughout an indefinite term at this point, it's something. If and when we ever had another emergency, we could absolutely look at. But God willing, we don't have anything like this for our lifetimes. So
I don't know. Maybe the same thing is going to come back. Hopefully not.
COVID 2022.
I'm tired of
Dear God. Okay. Well, thank you all. If there's nothing else, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call vote. McKee, aye. Bottoма.
Aye.
Nichols.
Did he say nay or aye?
I didn't hear anything.
Oh.
Aye. Sorry.
Schultz.
Aye.
Thomas.
Aye.
All righty. Thanks, guys.
See you guys.
Night.
See you guys.
Thank you. Lots of good stuff tonight. Appreciate it.
Good night.